Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the January 10th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting for Pennington County. Recommendations from the Planning Commission on certain items from this agenda will be considered by the Board of Commissioners at the regular meeting on January 18th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. Planning Commission utilizes speaker request forms, which are available in the commission chambers during the meeting. Those are located right up here on your right-hand side. I would ask that you fill one of those out. It keeps me organized here during the meeting. We certainly have a larger than normal group, let's say, here this morning. And I think that in everyone's interest of time, we're not going to set time limits and delays on the amount of time. I would just ask that if someone has gotten up and said what you wanted to say, and you want to stand up and maybe support that, I would ask that you do that. But if try not to repeat the things over and over if it's already been said. With that, I also expect this meeting to last longer than normal. So if it pleases the commission here, I think that we should plan for a short recess for 10 minutes, somewhere around 11 o'clock. Allows people to move their cars if they're in 2-hour parking and those such things. So just for some housekeeping. If there's communications that need to happen and you wish to speak to the person you're sitting next to or across the room, I would ask that you grab them and go to retire to the hallway to have those conversations. It can be distracting to the rest of the folks in the audience. Let me see, I think that those are the housekeeping items I wanted to go through this morning. With that, we'll go ahead and start the meeting. Roll call. Note that Charlie and Sandy are gone. Travis is here from the board. First item on the agenda is approval of the December 13th, 2021 minutes. Are there any changes or corrections to the minutes? Not seeing any. If so, I would entertain a motion for approval.
I'd move approval.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Approval of the agenda is item number 2. On today's agenda, we have consent items 3 and 4, followed by normal commission items 5 through 32. 32. With the final 4 items, our normal end of meeting agenda items. Are there any changes to the agenda today? If none, I would entertain a motion for approval.
So move. Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're at the consent agenda.
Morning, Commissioners. Jason Thennison, Deputy Planning Director. Agenda item number 3 is conditional use permit review. Oh, sorry, let me back this up. The consent agenda. The following items have been placed on the consent agenda for action to be taken on all items in accordance with staff's recommendations by a single vote. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by a planning commissioner, staff member, or audience member for separate consideration. The findings of this planning commission on certain items from this agenda are recommendations to the Pennington County Board of Commissioners, who will make the final decision. Agenda item number 3 is conditional use permit 20-15 for Greg Helgeson to review a single-wide mobile home to be used as a single-family residence on the subject property in an agriculture district. Staff recommends to continue the review of conditional use permit 20-15 to the February 28th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting to allow the applicants time to apply or to obtain approval for a new conditional use permit application. Agenda item number 4 is conditional use permit 21-63 for Curtis and Denise Newkircher to review an accessory structure as a primary structure on the subject property in a rural residential district. Staff recommends the approval of the extension of conditional use permit 21-63 with conditions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff on items 3 and 4? They are not on agenda item 4. Okay. Noting none. For those in the audience that are new to this and maybe new to a meeting, items 3 and 4 are on the consent agenda. We will vote on items 3 and 4 at the same time. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to hear items or speak to items 3 and 4 separately? Noting none in the audience. Staff recommends approval of the consent agenda items 3 and 4. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second for approval of today's consent agenda. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 5.
Good morning, Commissioner Chutima Sabun, Planning Department. Agenda item 5 is a conditional use permit request, CU 2168, to allow a vacation home rental on the subject property. The applicants and landowners are Delbert and Yvette Haskell. The location is 23276 Clear Creek Road. Staff reviewed the applications and spoke with the applicants. Staff found that they stay on the resident while it being rented. Therefore, the more appropriate use for the subject property is bed and breakfast. Staff working with the applicants regarding to the new request. Staff received a comment from the public. Please see attached. And staff called the public back regarding their comments. Staff recommends to continue conditional use permit CU 2168 to the February 14, 2022 Planning Commission meeting to allow the applicant time to re-advertise the conditional use permit request and to resend the notice of hearing letters for a bed and breakfast on the subject property.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? Noting none, staff's recommendation is to continue conditional use permit CU 21-68 to the February 14th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. Is there a motion?
So move. Second.
Motion and second to continue. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 6.
Item 6 is layout plan LPL 2189 to combine 3 lots to create lot 9R of the Forks at Remington Ranch. Staff would like to make a correction on the item. On page 1, under the applicants and landowner, the last name of the applicant is spelled wrong. It should be Andy Edson with the EDSEN, not ADSEN.
Noted. Thank you.
So the applicant and landowner is Diamond Spur Lodge LLC, Andy Edson. The surveyor and agent is KLJ Engineering. The location is located east of the intersection of Highway 385 and Mill Iron Road, Iron Drive. The current land use is vacant, and there is no flood hazard on the subject property. The current lot of lot 9 is 0.5 acre and vacant of any structure. Lot 10 is 0.5 acre and also vacant of any structure. And lot 10 is 0.73 acre and vacant of any structure. And the proposed lot will be Lot R, and it will be 1.73 acres and vacant of any structure. The request was routed for interdepartmental review. County Highway has some comment. First is an approach permit must be filed with the Highway Department prior to an issuance of a building permit. The Highway Department would like to also see the drainage plan. Staff comment, this is included as a condition of approval. The second comment is that on the site plan sheet, they have a setback on a proposed building at 17.65 feet. Should it be 25 feet? What is the applicant's plan for increased runoff? Do they plan on installing rip wrap for dissipation or equivalence? And staff comment, the minimum front yard setback requirement of the highway service district is 25 feet. Staff informed the applicant's agent regarding the requirement and the runoff. The setback requirement and the drainage or runoff plan will be addressed prior to the issuance of a building permit. And for other departments, no significant concern or objection were received. Percolation test and profile hole information is required, and the applicant plans to build an event center after combining these lots together. Conditional use permit and or planned unit development overlay will be required for this purpose. Staff find no significant issue with the applicant's request as it appears to be in harmony with existing lots and current land use in the area. Staff recommend approval of layout plan LPL 2189 with 10 conditions.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Noting none, does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? Seeing none and hearing none, staff's recommendation is for approval of layout plan LPL 21-89 with 10 conditions. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion. Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 7.
Item 7 is a minor plat MPL 2190 to subdivide and create Lot JR and Lot W of Phase 3 of Rushmore Ranch Estate Subdivision. The applicant is Southern Black Hills Water System. The owner are Philip and Mary Sweeney. The survey and agent is Long Branch Civil Engineering. The location is at 13779 George Place. There is no special flood hazard on the property. The Board of Commissioners approved layout plan LPL 2160N on November 16. And okay. So the existing lot J of Phase 3 is 4.37 acres, and there are single-family resident and a well house on the property, and also the 30 foot wide electric easement. The proposed lot will be Lot JR will be 4.2 acres, and will consist of the existing residence. The proposed Lot W will be 0.715 acre and consists of the well house, and the property will also have a 30-foot wide electric easement. The request was routed for interdepartmental review. No significant concerns, comments, or objection were received. The applicant obtained a building permit for the well house, and the proposed plan does not show the section line, which is on the north side of the property here. Staff included this as a condition of approval. The, the, the applicant's requests appear to be in harmony with existing lots and current land use in the area. Staff recommend approval of minor plan NPL 2190 with 7 conditions.
Thank you. Questions on this one?
Question.
Go ahead.
So is there a residence on this?
The what?
Is there a residence on this JR?
Yes, that's a
Looking at the picture, I don't see it. That's why I
this
wondered.
one. That's a picture
Oh, there
up
it
there.
is.
So this is a single family residence, and the property owners stay there, and this well house. So they wanna subdivide this off, and the southern Black Hills Water will
Right.
maintain that.
Yep, that took care of it. Thank you.
Further questions for staff? Does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? Noting none, staff recommends approval of minor plat MPL 21-90 with 7 conditions. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 8.
Item is a conditional use permit request CU 2162 to allow a vacation home rental on the property. The applicants and landowners are Michael and Megan Meyer. The property is 3.11 acres. Access is off of Oak Meadows Road. There is no special flood hazard area on the property. The zoning ordinance lists 7 criteria that the planning commission may consider in the review of conditional use permit applications. The criteria is listed on the screen, and staff will read the finding. Criteria 1, a vacation home rental takes place entirely within an existing residence. The requested use should not be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the public. Criteria 2, a vacation home rental is considered a residential use. This requested use should not change the residential use of this property. The subject property was operated as a vacation home rental from 2017 to 2029 with an approved conditional use permit. Then it should not have any long-term negative effects on the use and enjoyment of other properties in the immediate vicinity. During the previous operation, staff didn't receive any complaint from this vacation home rental during those time from 2017 to 2019. Criteria 3, the requested use should not affect the normal orderly development or improvement of any surrounding property in the area. Criteria 4, the vacation home rental utilized the existing on-site wastewater treatment system. All necessary utilities appear to be in place. Criteria 5, access is off of Oak Meadow Road via an existing approach. The requested use should not significantly affect the traffic congestion. Criteria 6, the property is zone agriculture district, and approved conditional use permit is required to operate the vacation home rental in this zoning district. The future land use are rural residential district. Allowing this conditional use permit should be consistent with the current comprehensive plan. The property consists of a single-family residence, a detached garage, a shed, and it has current on-site wastewater. I'm sorry. it has current on-site wastewater treatment permits and operating permit. This item was continued from the November 8, 2021 Planning Commission due to the size of the existing drain field and a missing fire acknowledgement. After the meeting, the applicant provided a fire acknowledgement to the planning department. The existing drain field was extended and sized properly for this vacation home rental. And staff also performed a site visit on January 3rd, 2022. After the site visit, staff received emails from the public, which the email is on the packet that the commissioners have. Staff recommend approval of conditional use permit 2162 with 17 conditions, and staff would like to change the condition 1, that the maximum overnight occupancy to be limited to 10 people, and the maximum daytime changed to 20 people because staff received a new letter from the state for the on-site wastewater treatment system and the new drain field that they can accommodate those up to 10 people.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff on this item? Okay, we do have several speaker request forms on this item. The first one is George Mello. Sir, if you'd please come forth, and I guess this goes for everyone. We'd like to keep the number at the lectern here at 1, and then state your name when you get there, and I apologize in advance for not saying names correctly. Please continue, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. My name is George Mello, Melloh, 24467 Oak Meadows Court, and a Keystone zip code. A few comments. I'm commenting both on the proposal number 8 that was just read and conditional use permit number 12. So I'm going to just roll those into one comment. My wife and I we're both retired military and moved to the Black Hills after many 30 years of service to our country, and decided the Black Hills is where we want to live because of its quality of life. In that time, with this proposal for vacation rentals, we have not had any contact with the owners of both properties as to their plans, proposal. We've not, other than what neighbors have circulated around, I have not had any personal contact as to their plans, as to their outline. Oak Meadows Road and Oak Meadows Court are dead-end roads. Oak Meadows Road dead ends to the Custer County line with a circular drive for the school bus, and Oak Meadows Court dead ends down at the end, which is a private road. Oak Meadows Road is maintained by the county road district, and because of its location, and this is no complaint, because of its location, it does not take the priorities of a major road that services fire, ambulance, and whatnot. So it is sparsely populated, and but the road district does do an admirable job considering its location in maintaining the road. That means that if you do approve an ordinance allowing this, it would impact the road district because they would have to have more maintenance of that road. Most of the families in the area have been here except myself and a few others, 20 years plus. And you've already addressed the occupancy and the guest allowed, because each of those homes have different bedrooms. I know the other site, as listed, number 12, the conditional use permit, had to upgrade their drain field before this was, when the house was sold, because the perk test and whatnot were adequate for the bedrooms. That is my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Mello? Thank you, sir. The next speaker request form we have is from Shane Malloy.
Shane Malloy, Oak Meadows Road, 24415. My property actually butts right up against this property, and the other proposed
Vacation home rental.
conditional rental. I strongly oppose it just because it is a family-based community down there. Everybody takes care of everybody down there, and it's something that we don't need. Who's going to manage or police when we have 20 visitors in this house raising Cain all night long, or across the road, the same thing? It's just something that I am strongly opposed to.
Okay. Questions for Shane? Okay. We do have someone on Zoom as well. I believe it's the owner. Sir, do you want to speak to this item? We can't hear you. Hold on just a second. You want to try again? Still can't hear him.
I will call him.
Okay. I didn't have any other speaker request forms, but I'll go ahead and ask the question if anyone else would like to speak to this item.
I'm the property manager. I can.
Sir, yeah, please come up.
I'm Jeff Easton. I'm the local property manager for Michael and Megan Meyer on this vacation home property. In terms of managing the property itself on a daily operational basis, that's my responsibility. I live in Rapid City. I'm within about a 20-minute drive of being able to get out to this property. I'm generally out there at least once or twice per week as it is. If there was any concerns with noise, we do have quiet hours that are posted from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. To keep things, keep noise down. If we did have any complaints, then I would be the person to either address it, or we would call Pennington County Sheriff to help us with that. So we have taken steps to try and put into place to be able to address those types of concerns.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for the property manager? Okay. Do we have Mr. Meyer available on Zoom yet?
No.
No, we don't have him yet. Mr. Meyer, if you can hear me, I assume, is this something that you would like to speak to? At this point, I'd like to move this later on in the agenda, but that may be a while. I want to make sure that if someone wants to speak on their item, that they get heard. So I would recommend or propose, let's just say, we add him to the next Zoom call I have is well down the list. But maybe we give 2 or 3 items here and maybe we go after item 12, so between items 12 and 13. If so, I would ask for a motion to amend the agenda to postpone this item to between 12 and 13.
I
would
don't know
move
if
that
they're
we
on the phone with him now.
Move
or
item
not.
8 to follow item 12.
Is he on the phone now?
Go ahead, Mr. Meyer.
Okay,
Gotcha.
Never mind.
sorry about that. I don't know what's going on, but, okay. I just wanted to say, yeah, I appreciate both of the gentlemen that just spoke and the concerns, that they mentioned. We don't have a ton of people coming through that would affect, the road system, I would hope. There's not going to be a lot of traffic, and we are just a, second property in from Playhouse Road. And to maybe put a little bit of ease of mind for Shane is, this is certainly not a party residence. This isn't, in order to even, one of the stipulations that we will have in order to even book this property, you have to go through a vetting process that my wife and I ask a number of questions to make sure what kind of groups these are going to be. Our goal is we love this area. We eventually want to move into this area. I want to look for business there. And so we just want to allow others to enjoy what we enjoy about it and have family experiences. This is very, very much based around family, not around parties or noise or anything like that that would be disturbing to the other neighbors.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Meyer? No questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
All right. Thank you for accommodating this. This is a little unusual.
Does anybody else wish to speak on this item? Noting none, staff recommends approval of conditional use permit CU 2162 with 17 conditions. Is there a motion?
So move. Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion?
I want to let the neighbors know, as far as covenants, we are not bound by covenants here, but you can certainly take further legal action to prevent this, if that's your wish.
Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Chair.
Aye.
Oh, sorry. So is
Hold on here.
recommend with. Oh, sorry.
We got like halfway through the vote, so we're going to re-vote. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So it recommend with 17 condition with condition 1 is amended the number of people.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if you. Okay.
Okay, so I didn't restate that for the group. But staff's recommendation, just to be very clear to everyone here on the board and everyone in the audience, is that the DENR, the landowner increased the septic to allow for 10 people overnight and 20 people during the day. So that's part of staff's recommendation. So based on that, is the motion still applicable?
Make the motion.
Still good with the motion. And the second? Who was the second on that one?
Oh, I think it was me, second.
Yeah,
I'm good.
Good? Okay, motion and second for approval with the 17 conditions, noting the change on item 1. Further discussion? Already discussed. Now, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 9.
Good morning, Commissioners. Madison Ransom, Environmental Planner. Agenda item 9 is conditional use permit CU 2167 to live in a double-wide mobile home while building a single-family residence on the subject property. The applicant and owner is Kelly and Casey Kurtz. The location is 22651 Highway 385. The size of the property is 10 acres. It's currently zoned agriculture district, and the existing land use is residential. Access is off Highway 385, and there is no special flood hazard on the property. The zoning ordinance lists 7 criteria that the Planning Commission may consider in their review of the conditional use permit applications. I will read the findings. Number 1, the requested use should not be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the public. Number 2, yes, the requested use should not have any long-term negative effects on the use and enjoyment of other properties in the immediate vicinity. A double-wide mobile home is a residential use which conforms with the residential uses in the area. Number 3, yes, the requested use should not affect the normal, orderly development or improvement of any surrounding property in the area. Number 4, yes, the applicants have installed an on-site wastewater treatment system that currently serves the double-wide mobile home. Access is off of Highway 385. Number 5, yes, the requested use should not significantly impact traffic congestion. Number 6, yes, the property is zoned agriculture district. Living in a double-wide mobile home while building a single-family residence is allowed with an approved conditional use permit. And number 7, yes, the future land use of the subject property is ranchette district. Allowing this conditional use permit is consistent with the current comprehensive plan. The property currently has a double-wide mobile home and a detached garage. The request was routed for interdepartmental review. No objections or concerns were received. Once the single-family residence is complete, the applicant plans to remove the double-wide mobile home from the property. Staff did perform a site visit on January 3rd and found the double-wide mobile home and garage on the property. Therefore, staff recommends approval of conditional use permit CU 2167 with conditions.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Noting none, does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? Hearing none, seeing none, staff recommends approval of conditional use permit CU 2167 with, I count, 8 conditions. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 10.
All right, agenda item number 10 is conditional use permit request CU 2170 to allow an accessory structure, a carport, as a primary structure on the subject property. The applicant and owner are Theodore and Lucy Huddle. The location is next to 6010 Cleghorn Canyon Road. The size of the property is 0.86 acre. It's currently zoned agriculture district. The existing land use is vacant. Access is off Cleghorn Canyon Road, and there is flood hazard on the property. The zoning ordinance lists 7 criteria that the Planning Commission may consider in their review of the conditional use permit applications. I will read the findings. Number 1, yes, the requested use should not be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the public. 2, yes, the requested use should not have any long-term negative effects on the use and enjoyment of other properties in the immediate vicinity. A carport is a residential use which conforms with the residential uses in the area. Number 3, yes, the requested use should not affect the normal, orderly development or improvement of any surrounding property in the area. 4, yes, access is off the adjacent lot, 6010 Cleghorn Canyon Road. An access agreement is not on file with the Register of Deeds to establish legal access from the adjacent lot to the subject property. Number 5, yes, the requested use should not significantly impact traffic congestion. Number 6, yes, the property is zoned agriculture district and accessory structure with a primary use is allowed with an approved conditional use permit. Number 7, yes, the future land use of the subject property is ranchette district. Allowing this conditional use permit is consistent with the current comprehensive plan. There is currently a building permit for the carport in review. It will be approved upon approval of this conditional use permit, as well as a violation that will also be corrected with the approval of this conditional use permit. This request was routed to interdepartmental review. No significant objections or concerns were received. On November 22nd, a violation was opened on the property for a structure without a building permit. December 7th, 2021, the applicant applied for the conditional use permit and building permit for the carport. On January 3rd, staff performed a site visit and found the carport on the subject property. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of conditional use permit CU 2170 with conditions.
Questions for staff?
I
Go
do.
ahead.
The picture, the aerial picture you have, pop that up. Yeah, where is this metal building in relationship to that? Is that thing in the center?
This is the current carport, correct? Well, where that's located at, that's a van on this aerial. The carport is actually over the van.
That's it, right there.
Yep.
Okay, all right, that's the only question I have.
Further questions? Noting none, does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? Hearing none, seeing none, staff recommends approval of conditional use permit CU 21-70 with 10 conditions. Is there a
So
motion?
moved.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 11.
Agenda item number 11 is a plan unit development overlay, PU 21-20, to allow a plan unit development overlay to allow a specialty resort to include 5 rental cabins, a shop building, an office laundry facility, and the existing single-family residence to be used as a caretaker's manager's residence. The applicant is Chase and Leslie Larson. They are here today if you have any questions. The site location is 23935 Pink Cabin Road. It is currently zoned agriculture district. An existing land use is cabins and residential. Access is off Pink Cabin Road, and there's no special flood hazard on the property. The zoning ordinance 216 lists the following standards and requirements that shall apply in a PUD overlay. I'll read the findings. 1, yes, the uses of the proposed PUD overlay district conform to the uses by right or conditional uses permitted in an agriculture district. 2, yes, the uses of the proposed PUD overlay district are a type and are located to minimize detrimental influence upon surrounding properties. 3, yes, the uses of the proposed PUD overlay district meet the standards governing area, density, and on-street parking of an agriculture district. 4, yes, the proposed PUD overlay district is 4.66 acres. The site of a PUD overlay district, Number 5, yes, the proposed PUD overlay district is owned by Leslie and Chase Larson. 6, yes, the uses of the proposed PUD overlay district are not designed as to be detrimental or to endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. The zoning ordinance 510 lists 7 criteria that the Planning Commission may consider in the review of the conditional use permit applications. They are as follows. I'll read the findings. Number 1, yes, the uses of the proposed PUD overlay district should not be detrimental or endanger the public's health, safety, or general welfare of the public. 2, yes, the uses of the proposed PUD overlay district should not substantially impair or diminish the uses, values, or enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already permitted. 3, yes, the uses of the proposed PUD overlay district should not impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding properties for uses permitted in the district. 4, yes, the proposed PUD overlay district contains adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, and other necessary and site improvements. 5, yes, the existing approach will provide ingress and egress as to minimize traffic congestion on Pink Cabin Road. 6, yes, the requested use conforms to all applicable regulations of an agriculture district with an approved PUD overlay district. And 7, yes, future land uses identified as rural residential, a specialty resort would be allowed in the zoning district with a PUD overlay. The property currently has 2 conditional use permits, CU 1628 to allow a recreation resort area on the subject property, and CU 1724 to allow an internally illuminated sign within 1,500 feet of the residential district dwelling unit. There is currently a single-family residence, a detached garage, an office and laundry facility, and 4 existing cabins on the property. The request was routed for interdepartmental review. No objections were received. September 12, 2016, conditional use permit 1628 was approved to allow a recreation resort on the subject property for 4 cabins with an office laundry facility and the single-family residence to be used as a caretaker's manager's residence. December 13th, 2021, applicants applied for a plan unit development overlay to expand the uses of the specialty resort to allow an additional cabin to make 5 rental cabins and a shop building. January 3rd, staff received a phone call from a concerned citizen regarding the proposed expanded use and guests staying at the specialty resort. Staff spoke with the applicants regarding their concern. The applicants have posted no trespassing signs on the property line. Staff has addressed this as a concern in the condition of approval. January 3rd, staff performed a site visit and found that each cabin has a unit number clearly posted and appear to be meeting the in-place conditions of approval of CU 1628. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of plan unit development overlay PU 2120 with conditions.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
I have a question. I live a couple miles from that area, and I'm very familiar with it, and familiar with the Larsons too, as well as Victor. I talked to a couple of the people that live in the area this weekend, and just kind of shot the breeze and said, what do you think? The thing that concerned them was the specialty resort thing. What does that open up for the future? The 2 that I talked to weren't concerned with the extra cabin or the shop. They didn't want it to go any further. Now, by having the specialty resort, does that make it easier to go further, to have more cabins in the future?
Well, they would need to amend their plan unit development overlay to expand any more uses. If that's what you're asking.
Well, in other words, do we need to have a planned unit overlay specialty resort just to do the you're going to really shoot me down anyhow, just to do the one shop? That's what the neighbors were concerned with.
Megan Kruger with the state's attorney's office. So the specialty resort designation is actually just kind of it's a legal definition that we have for places like this. It doesn't necessarily mean that you get to do more. It's just part of our ordinances. There are specific things that if your property meets all of those specific things, then you have to have a specialty resort. Instead of having 6 different CUPs, you have your PUD overlay, and that ensures that there's just one review. And then if they want to expand, they still have to go through all the same process, do an amendment, get permission from you guys, and obviously comment from the public. So it doesn't allow them to do anything different than what the conditions say in their PUD. It sounds scary, but it's just a legal definition for what it is.
Okay, all right.
Yep,
Makes
sense.
Thank you.
I'm going to maybe add on to what she said. From a structured mechanical approach, if they want to change beyond what they're saying on the piece of paper here right now, that would require another review, and it would have to come back through this process.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that's fine. Yep.
Okay. Further questions for Madison? Maybe just one. Noting none, I have some speaker request forms here. The first one is from Norm and Leanne Olson.
Well, good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm Norm Olson, and my wife Leanne. We own 3 properties that abut this proposed resort, I would call it. But our lots are the legal 3-acre with septic tanks and wells for a single-family dwelling. Now, this lot here is 4 acres, and he has potentially 6 residences on this property to be occupied 365 days a year. And I realize it might not be, but the potential is still there. And the information that you get online about his residences, he has room for up to 8 people per cabin, with 2 bathrooms in some of the units and some with 1 bathroom. And our concern is the number of people that you can place on 4 acres, and that land does not allow for touristing things that he is going to rent for. The land is not conducive to hiking. And our land adjoins, and that's where they go. They have in the past toured our properties, and we have 3 houses there, and we have single people living there and a family living there with a new child, which they don't appreciate trespassing. And tourists are not aware that that is private property. And we could post it, but it still leads to the fact that they have a potential of 5 cabins plus residents, with the potential of having 8 people per unit. And that leaves us with up to 40 people wandering around, which I understand. Most of the time they're probably touring hills, but still they have the evenings and the early mornings where they're curious, and they have children, and children do wander. I don't want to put up a fence. The fence, we're not fence people. We have other properties in Hill, and we don't fence those either, unless it's agricultural, and we did run some cattle, so we have had fence put in for cattle. And another concern I have is we have 3 wells, and our septic tanks are conducive to the property that we have, the houses. Now, they're proposing the laundromat, and they're proposing another cabin, and with 2 showers in each, and possibly not 2 showers. But anyway, the potential for wastewater is tremendous in that area. The wells are 200 feet deep, but you still have leaching into our freshwater system. So we would like to oppose this expansion. We weren't notified of it. There may have been an address problem, but still, we maintain our property. We obey the law, and I don't know how a piece of property that was originally scheduled to be a single residence with a well and septic tank changed into a 6-unit motel, or six or 7 units, whatever he can put on that property. And they, like I say again, they could potentially be residences for 365 days a year. And it does put a stress on our property because those people have nowhere to go. I mean, it's not national forest. There is national forest in the area. Oh, and this is my wife, Leanne, and thank you. Anyway, I'm opposed to it, so.
You know, I come back to 20 years ago when I wanted to subdivide my property. You know, I stood here and you all said there's not enough water there, and we had to have extensive septic tanks. So I come back to what's fair and fair. This is a residential area. I'd like to see it stay that way. These people are not very good neighbors. They allow their guests to wander and disrupt my renters that are there. And they park their equipment right on the property line so that when you look out the backyard, you see all their stuff. And I just don't think they can police that many people and keep them within 4 acres. I'm not always able to keep my renter within 3 acres. You know, I have to remind them to stay off the neighbor's yard. So, excuse me, to make it simple, I too am against it. And I go back to when I subdivided into 3 acre lots. It had to be 3 acre lots, so much so that one of my lots wasn't quite 3 acres, and that's why they're revised, because you made me replat it so that there would be a minimum of 3 acres. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Norm or Leanne? Thank you for your comments. The next speaker request form I have is from Vic Alexander.
Hi, guys. My name's Vic Alexander from Hill City. I guess I can't just directly say that I'm opposed to anything that's going on, or thing that I'm more worried about what's going to continue to go on, what more expansions there's going to be. Obviously, we don't want anybody to have to unbuild the cabins that are already there, whatever the circumstances were. I know that there was notice it didn't get out this time. I didn't get notice until late in the day on Monday last week. My schedule didn't allow for me to be able to contact each one of you guys. I did get a hold of a couple of you, but I have questions, like about 9 or 10 questions on all the details, on all the conditions that Madison has put forth. Do we want to go over those all right now? Or is there an opportunity to continue this for one meeting so that a guy can go over these with Madison and the rest of the staff? Or how is the best way to deal with these?
If there are questions that we could answer today in the meeting, we can certainly go over them. I guess I would ask if are the landowners here in the audience as well? They are? Okay. So I think that in respect to the landowners' time, if there's specific questions that we can go through, we can try to have Madison and Brittany answer your questions.
Okay. I guess I can just start with the same format basically that Madison has here. Adding a cabin, of course, is just going to add another cabin. Seems somewhat harmless, but there is the questions of septic tanks and wells and stuff like that. I'm sure that they'll be able to take care of those. A shop building, I guess that the shop building comes up as being a right more than a conditional use. Is my understanding. I didn't know that when they did the conditional use the first time, again, wasn't really noticed properly. But if they built 4 cabins, and I thought that probably a shop would have been appropriate at that time, not knowing or not thinking about how it's going to grow, the whole mission is going to creep. I didn't know about the shop, but there is a lot of quote unquote stuff, around on the ground. And I was just wondering if that stuff is going to be all inside. I know that later on in the scenario here that there talks about the stuff that's in the yard. And I'm supposed to call and complain about that. But again, like the Olsons, with people wandering around on the property, I guess I have to become the policeman to do that. And I know that it happened. Between my wife and I were talking about it, and it probably happens, I don't know, every other day when their cabins are full during the summer. Also, I had a question on the dates. Are we to understand that that's going to run May through August?
That's what I believe that's what the stipulations are that are listed here. Yes.
Just May through August, there's no September, October rentals? Okay. What about and parking? I know that parking is specified per cabin. A guy starts using up a lot of the space. If you can see the 4 acres there, there's 2.5 of it that's usable. The other, what you see on this lower left side of your picture up there, is actually cliff. and it's just totally not usable. But if you're having parking to where a guy can have parking spaces designated, I know that a number of the people that stay there drag trailers with them, which that's, I'm all for, this type of use, wherever it can be, but this is not a commercial area. It's a residential area, and if you were to create a parking spot for a vehicle pulling a trailer and four-wheelers, and then you unload the four-wheelers, and then they're everywhere. If you put enough parking places for two four-wheelers, a trailer, and a pickup, and allow that for 5 cabins and the shop and the accessory buildings, that sort of thing, there is just not room on that lot. The entire lot would be gravelled. And I'm just trying to understand, do we going to have some of the people parking in the woods, because it's overflow, so they're just going to drive their catalytic converters into the woods, and guess whose house is at the top of the cliff? So I'd be worried about that. I don't know about the fire grates. It doesn't specify one way or the other whether they're going to have any or not. Are they going to have outdoor gatherings like receptions, that sort of thing? So now we start popping up some reception tents. I was asking the question earlier at the office, and they didn't know. Madison wasn't sure. I guess the tents, I don't know if we ever resolved that or not, whether a tent is an accessory structure or not. If it's attached to the ground and it's a building, can you park a car in it once you build the tent? Can you have iron carports, the metal carports that we see all over our world? Can we have one of those for each of the buildings? You just kind of see how that kind of a specialty resort, to me, that originally, when I talked to the family about doing it a number of years ago, included 2 or 3 cabins. Then I didn't get noticed, I didn't get to the right meeting, and all of a sudden it's 4 cabins, and it is 4 cabins, and they've been built, and I wish them the best of luck. I'm not the best of luck. It doesn't take luck. It takes a lot of hard work, and I know they're doing that hard work. I'm just worried about the thing getting a little bit out of control for the amount of space that's there. Again, parking catalytic converters out in the tall grass just isn't going to be a good deal. Fire deals, think about those. I guess that's just some of the things that I'd like to visit more with either Brittany and I did talk to Brittany, and thank you, Brittany. She did answer a lot of questions already. These are some that still need to be answered as to what their full intent going forward is, and I don't want to be the cop. I don't want to have to call it. Some little kids riding a bicycle up my driveway, and they came, and I'm tickled to death for that. I've got little kids that drive on the same driveway. It's just that it's my driveway. And I've gotten used to in that area, it's totally ag. I don't have any lights on my house. I don't need any lights. I got no outdoor lights. But I can look back over the cliff, climb back up and look on the cliff, and there's a glow down there because there's 10 or 12 outdoor lights. More cabins, more buildings, more accessory structures, are going to be more lights. What is the definition of lights? Can all the lights shine downward? Like the neighbor further down Pink Cabin Road has, I know that they're really, really, really expensive, but those lights shine downward so as to not pollute the sky. So, I don't know, these are just a few questions that I'd like to kind of have answered, and I wish that they would have come and visited with me, or I'd have got a quicker notice or an appropriate notice. I just think the notice process is a little bit short for this type of a thing. I'm a busy person from 5 in the morning till 9 at night every single day, 7 days a week. I don't take days off. That's just my problem, but I need to visit about this a little bit more, I think, and until I have more answers, I hate to say it, but I'm not necessarily opposed. I'm philosophically good with it. I just need some questions answered so that we can have some I don't know. I just don't like the angst, of the situation. So
Okay,
that's all I got to say, I guess.
thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Alexander? Okay. I do want to let the board know that Mr. Alexander did call me and visited with me about this issue. My comments or my notes from that conversation was the concerns with the trespassing, having the being able to control the people that are on the resort, and those types of items. And so I do have a question for the owner, if the owner is willing to come forth, and maybe, sir, you can answer some of the questions that have come up.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Commissioner, Commission, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I appreciate the opportunity to come here and discuss this. From listening to the comments, what I'm picking up is there are really three main concerns. We have the suitability of the site, of course, as far as water, drainage, that sort of thing. As posed by our neighbors, and then the other big one, of course, is the ability to direct and control traffic, flow of personnel, people moving about within the property. And then what is the plan, moving forward? So I think by answering those three questions, I can give you guys a little bit better idea of what our real goal is here and how this shapes up. And really, when you look at the proposed site up here on the screen, looking at what our intent is, this is it. Like, we recognize that the property isn't large. We recognize that there is a significant amount of unusable space, on that property. We're a small business. We don't have the capital to go and level the entire property and refit that, even if that was something that we thought would be an option for us. As far as we have been operating for a number of years now. As far as water and septic and everything goes, there really hasn't been any issues. We've abided by all the standards that the county has set forth. We get inspected regularly, and to this date, we haven't had any issues. We work pretty closely with the Water Commission as well, making sure that there's enough water not only for us, but for our guests and for everybody else. And the flow rates have been absolutely outstanding on the well that we use there. For our septic, we have not only a drain field, we actually split our septic into a drain field and a gray water. So we try to limit the amount of actual septic flowing into the drain field by splitting that off. We have the gray water tanks are emptied regularly in accordance with the county directions that we've been given, and then our tanks are pumped again, of course, regularly with the direction from the county. Which is also why we proposed on this new site, we were just going to do a black water tank. We'd have no intention of putting in an extra drain field. We just want to have a closed tank. We'll put the largest tank that we're able to in there, and then we'll pump it in accordance with the regulations that were provided. The reason for that is we live on the property ourselves. We are a young family, and we have our own considerations as far as the type of life that we want to live there. We are trying to. The whole goal of this is to give us an opportunity to get out of I wouldn't say work, but I worked in the private sector for a number of years. I am a current member of South Dakota National Guard with over 20 years of service, and I'm getting close to wanting to get out. I want to move on with my life. My wife has worked, privately for a number of years, and this is what we see as our ability to really scale our life back, work on the site, manage the site, but we also don't want to live our lives day to day doing nothing but cleaning cabins and everything else. We don't have any additional employees. As far as to address the concerns about people moving about the site, a couple of things that we've already done. We already have posted some private property no trespassing signs on all of the adjacent properties, with every intent of putting additional signs up. We've actually identified 3 or 4 places where we can put additional signage to ensure that our guests understand that we do have neighbors that border us. In addition to that, a suggestion that's been brought up, of which we are thoroughly in support of, is creating a property map to be distributed to our guests, both when they make their reservation and when they check in as well. What that would do, that would serve to identify property lines, that would serve to identify places they can and can't go. When we have discussions with the guests, that when they check in, we do try to mention that we have guests to our back and above us, and we do border the Forest Service on one side. However, we like to remind them that is a very narrow strip of Forest Service, not really, again, conducive to hiking. We direct them to either the Mickelson Trail or the Samuelis Trailhead down the road as far as hiking options. We do have guests that bring bicycles. Other than, informing them of, again, where our property is and where the private property is, I believe I'm limited on my ability to limit their travel once they do leave our property. If they go and bike up other people's driveways, I definitely don't prefer that. And if I am notified of that, I can absolutely make the best effort I can to ensure that that's limited. We have, for parking, again, we've complied with all of the issues, all the guidance is given to us as far as the parking is necessary for each structure based on their occupancy levels. When we do have people that bring trailers and bikes, I know, and Vic, I do apologize, there has been an issue where people have pulled across the road from us and pulled into that grass. We have tried to address that, and we believe that there's been fewer incidences of that happening. I just had to go out there and pull some people off of that this summer to make sure that they weren't parking out there. So, and with the additions of the property map and signage that we're going to post, I believe that will alleviate that particular concern about them just pulling off into the grass. Also, to help that, we have graveled some limited additional parking spaces, enough for a couple of trailers within right along the driveway. If you look at the top, kind of the top center of the map where that makes a little bit of a bend, there's a little triangle there that borders our current septic system that we were able to mark off a place that we can have limited trailer parking. And again, when we have our guests contact us and they say that they're bringing trailers and such, we do emphasize that we have very limited trailer parking. In fact, I've had people come down and park in my yard to give them a place to park outside of where we don't want them to, up and against the road. So again, the one thing that I'm, a little bit disappointed in, we have been operating for 5 years, and, I understand that as far as the people, the light pollution and such, a little disappointed in the last 4 or 5 years, my neighbors haven't come and approached me on this issue. If they've had an issue within the last few years, it would have been appreciative if we could have had a discussion face to face on that. Understand that some of the personnel here are representing renters and not necessarily the renters themselves. So that is understood. The shop. So right now we're doing all of our maintenance operations, and as you can imagine, there's a number of maintenance a large amount of maintenance we have to do to keep this property suitable for guests. We can't be competitive within the market if we don't keep our place and facility looking nice. So right now, all that's being ran out of our garage. As again, we have a small family. We've got 5. I got 3 young kids. We're trying to get a little bit more space within our home. And what I'd like to do is take the garage that we have right now and convert it into a living area. And that's what the shop is designed to do. The shop is designed to give myself some storage space for the maintenance equipment, to get that out of the house, out of the garage, so that we can increase our quality of living a little bit, give our family a little bit of room to grow. As far as the laundry facility, there is the only laundry facility we have. It's not a public laundry facility. It's a laundry facility that we use to launder the towels and the linens and such from the cabin. So it's not a public laundry facility as such as that. And then that goes into the gray water tank right there. Those two washing machines is what it amounts to. I say a facility. It sounds more grand than what it is. The 2 washing machines go into that gray water tank, and again, we empty that regularly in accordance with the policies that we've been given. So hopefully that's answered some or all of the questions that were brought up and some of the concerns that were brought up here. We live on the property. Like I said, that's my house. That's where I live all the time, unless I'm, overseas. So, we welcome anyone coming forth to stop by, have a coffee, chat. Love to chat about it. And if there's any issues or concerns, we're always there. This is what we do. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak. Pending your questions, that's all I have.
Okay. So any questions?
I just have one comment.
Yes, sir.
You sound like the kind of person I'd like to have live next door to me. And I truly believe your neighbors should appreciate that, because that's the kind of thinking I think we all look forward to and we expect. And so I think your approach is to be embraced and confirmed, and I think you need to visit with your neighbors a little bit, but I think you can bring them along. It sounds like a good project, and this is the kind of approach that I think is confirms how we look at these things and how we judge them and so forth. And so I encourage you to, I'm looking forward to this project continuing.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate that.
That's what we need.
Like I said before, Vic had called me earlier this week, I think on Tuesday, and you are going to post no trespassing signs between your property lines and your neighbor's property lines.
Yes.
And certainly you can appreciate your neighbor's position that they don't want to become the cops of, your guests, and whether your guests have small kids that don't know any better, those types of things. So I think that your guest literature and maybe site map will go a long ways in delineating that for your folks. It certainly, the onus is on you to make sure that those folks aren't trespassing off of your property onto your neighbor's property. And so if the signs aren't effective, and this comes back before, you can assume that there will likely be some more stringent requirement to make sure that the guests are not trespassing on the neighbor property.
Yeah, and that's understood. I'm here to make a life for myself. I'm not here to make anyone else's life, more difficult.
Yep.
I understand the neighbor's hesitancy for a fence. That's one thing that we've discussed is to put a decorative fence similar to the one that we have. We have I call it a Wyoming cross fence, but it's a split pole where you got the X and then there's a pole that runs along the top of it, low to the ground, but it's just delineating the space. And that's something that we wouldn't need to dig for. That's something that would run along the top of the ground. That's something we've discussed about, delineating that separation of space between us and them. If this becomes, more of an issue, and obviously I'll do everything I can to limit that. But, that's kind of our next step forward. What would we do next if the signs aren't good enough? So
the only other thing that there were some items about tents, carports. Can you address those?
Absolutely. So, nothing we advertise for, nothing we will accept are for like receptions, weddings, things like that. It just doesn't make any sense, both with the property, with the layout of the property that we have. I've specifically told individuals that were looking for that who have turned down reservations because we've had reunions there where we had people accept multiple cabins. But as far as setting up, your big pop-up tents for the wedding receptions and such, we can't accommodate that.
How about fire grates?
As far as fire grates, that's something I'll have to explore a little bit more on. Like I said, we've abided by the policy set forth, by Pennington County. We've met all of the standards that we are aware of. I would love to have a little more of a discussion about that because that's just not something I'm as familiar with as the other questions that we had.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that it is an issue on VHRs that comes up quite a bit. And generally speaking, maybe Megan will give me a bad look here if I say something. We require everybody to stay in line, if you will, with the Forest Service recommendations on fire, and there are permits required for grates. Those types of things.
For the fire grates. Okay, yeah. So for the fire pits. The campfires. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so we have the the firefighters guys come out, and we've been fully inspected and validated, through them on all of the fire pit sites that we have. If there's some additional requirements that have come up in the last year or two that we're not meeting, absolutely, we'll jump on those. But all of the campfire locations on the property have been vetted by the Forest Service.
Thank you. Any questions? Does anyone else in the audience wish to speak on this item? Noting none, staff's recommendation is for approval of the planned unit development overlay PU 21-20 with 19 conditions. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
It's 1 no, 4 yeses. Motion carries. We are on item 12.
Chutima Sabun Planning Department. Item 12 is a conditional use permit request CU 2165 to allow a vacation home rental on the subject property. The applicant is Limestone Creek Ranch LLC, Thomas Stores. And the local contact is Candace Jackson. The location is 24420 Oak Meadows Road in Keystone. There is no special flood hazard on the property. So this item was presented in front of you on December 13, 2021, and the Planning Commission continued the request to allow the staff to conduct a site visit and for the owner to obtain a sales tax license in their name. At the time of this staff report, staff has not received any updated license. Staff recommends to continue conditional use permit CU 2165 with 2 conditions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Does anyone wish to speak on this item in the audience? Noting none, recommendation is to continue this item until the applicant submits, that allows the applicant to submit a South Dakota sales tax license, and that this conditional use be reviewed at the February 14th Planning Commission meeting. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion and second to continue item to February 14th. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 13.
Good morning again. I'm Madison Ransom, environmental planner. Agenda item number 13 is a conditional use permit, CU 2166, to allow an employee housing dormitory building for seasonal workers on the subject property. The landowner is Recreational Adventures or Eric Johnson. The agent is School Construction, Representative Casey Cunny. The location is 12626 Highway 244, located inside Palmer Gulch KOA Campground. The size is 30.58 acres. It's currently zoned Highway Service District. The existing land use is campground and lodging. Access is off of Palmer Gulch Road, and there is Zone A flood hazard. The zoning ordinance lists 7 criteria that the Planning Commission may consider in their review of the conditional use permit applications. I will read the findings. 1, yes, the dormitory housing will take place entirely within an existing campground and should not be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the public. 2, yes, the conditional use permit should not change the existing use of the property. The requested use should not have any long-term negative effects on the use and enjoyment of other properties in the immediate vicinity. 3, yes, allowing this conditional use permit should not affect the normal, orderly development or improvement of any surrounding property in the area. 4, yes, the dormitory utilizes the existing on-site wastewater treatment system. All necessary utilities appear to be in place. Number 5, yes, access is off Palmer Gulch Road via an existing approach. The requested use should not significantly affect the traffic congestion. 6, yes, the property is zoned Highway Service District. Employee housing is allowed with an approved conditional use permit in the zoning district. 7, yes, the future land use is Highway Service District. Allowing this conditional use permit should be consistent with the current comprehensive plan. There are currently 5 cabins, a telecommunications tower, a dormitory, and 12 guest cottages on the property. The request was routed for interdepartmental review. No objections or concerns were received. The subject property is part of the Palmer Gulch KOA Campground, conditional use permit CU 7204. The request is to allow a dormitory to be built on the property that will house the seasonal workers for the campground. Any future development of the campground will need to be done under a plan unit development overlay. Staff recommends approval of conditional use permit CU 2166 with conditions.
Thank you. The only question I had is on condition number 9. The first word is that. You mean that, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Noting none. I do have a speaker request form on this. Andrew Skoll.
Good morning, Planning Commission members. Andrew Skull, 2665 Cavern Road, serving as agent for recreational adventure companies. I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have today.
Perfect. Thank you. No questions. Does anyone else in the audience wish to speak on this item? Hearing none, seeing none. Staff recommends approval of conditional use permit CU 21-66 with 9 conditions, noting the change on 9. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
I think all 4 of you guys voted on that one.
We both said it at the same
I
time.
appreciate that enthusiasm. Motion and second for approval. Further discussion. Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 14.
Item number 14 is minor plan unit development amendment, PU 2116, to amend the existing plan unit development to allow an accessory structure, a garage, as a primary structure on the subject property. The applicant is Michael Carter. The location is at the corner of Borglum Road and Thomas Place. The size is 5.71 acres. The current zoning is plan unit development district. Existing land use is vacant. Access is off Thomas Place, and there's no flood hazard on the property. Currently, there is a building permit for the garage, no on-site wastewater treatment system. The request was routed for inter-department review. No objections or concerns were received. The applicant constructed an existing garage without a building permit. Upon speaking with the applicant, it was determined the existing garage was placed on the property without a primary structure. Therefore, this PUD amendment was required. Staff has received no complaints or comments for this from the public. Staff recommends approval of minor plan unit development amendment PU 2116 with conditions.
Questions for staff? Does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? Noting none, staff recommends approval of minor plan unit development amendment PU 21-16 with 13 conditions. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? Hearing none, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 15.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Malloy, Planning Director. Item number 15 is Major Plan Unit Development Amendment PU 2119 to amend an existing plan unit development to add seasonal and long-term rentals, motel units, multifamily units for seasonal and long-term rental, vacation home rentals, caretakers, managers, residents, and accessory structures. The applicant is Quality 5 LLC. The agent is Matt and Beth Canaston. The property is located at 12630 Robbins Roost Road, and it's currently zoned plan unit development and access is off of Robbins Roost. This was routed around for the interdepartmental review process. There was one comment from County Highway that stated that there was a note to vacate a road. This road is a 30-foot access easement created by document and to provide access to Lot 2. In order to vacate the road, an alternate access must be provided. In order for them to vacate an easement, they have to go through a formal process through this board, so that will be a condition when they go through that process. The applicant is requesting to change the uses of the PUD to allow for long-term and seasonal rentals. The applicant is working with the Planning Department and the South Dakota Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources to upgrade the on-site wastewater treatment system. And staff has not received any complaints or comments from the public on this request, as it is an existing plan unit development. So staff is recommending approval with 19 conditions.
Thank you. My question is on item B, analysis, and I think you just answered it. The sentence kind of ends short. They're working to upgrade the wastewater system.
Yes.
Is that correct? And is there any concerns with staff on how that's progressing?
No, they are actually converting some of those structures into long-term and short-term rentals. So they have to have that flexibility, so they need to upgrade their system to accommodate the new uses.
So is there a requirement then for them to come back to the county when those things are done? Trying to understand the trigger points for the checking those items with respect to approval or not approval of the amendment.
Right, they're working with the state right now, so we'll get a letter that will be part of the plan unit development.
Okay, and that's a condition.
Yes.
Thank you. Further questions for staff?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I'm not clear on, will there be additional structures built, or are they modifying what is already there?
They're modifying what is there, and they are taking down and putting up new structures. So they're not adding any more structures, they're just modifying existing or removing old ones and building a new one in the same location.
Okay, 'cause the size of the lot, or the lot isn't real big, so I just wondered if we're adding a whole bunch more, how are we doing that? So,
No.
thank you.
Further questions? Does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? Sir, if you could please come up. State your name.
Hello, my name is Matt Keniston. I am the agent for the business that owns the property at 12630 Robbins Road, sorry.
Okay.
So I'm here to answer questions as to the septic system. We have a tentative approval from the DANR about the septic tank. It is an issue because we had replaced one of the buildings, cabin 5, this spring. We are allowed to keep the current septic system, knowing full well that when we do this next project, we would need to upgrade to a higher capacity tank. The state has responded to me in an email. We're giving them the specifications for the new tank, but they have approved just replacing the tank and keeping the existing septic system. We have operating permits. Never had an issue with the existing system at all. And of course, we follow all the rules and ordinances that are set forth for us. So they are frequently inspected and pumped. So that kind of addresses the septic system. The other question that was brought up was the road vacation. We're going to have that road vacated. There is a new road that was just cut in for my neighbor. He put a new driveway in. Services one house. He owns the property adjacent and then 40 acres behind it. Everything else is Forest Service. So there's no other building that's going to go on unless he decides to develop the property. At that point, he would have to, in my opinion, address the road issue. But there is a new road that's already been cut in to his property. So now it's just a matter of getting that vacated and get the new one approved.
Thank you for the questions for the agent. Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on this item? Hearing none, seeing none, staff recommends approval of major planned unit development amendment PU 21-16 with 19 conditions. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 16.
Morning again, Commissioners. Jason Tennyson, Deputy Planning Director. Agenda item number 16 is Comprehensive Plan Amendment 21-15 to amend the comprehensive plan to change the future land use from rural residential district to low-density residential district. The applicants are Paul and Kathleen Cox. The location of the property is 15587 Antelope Creek Road. It is currently 3 acres, zoned rural residential district. Access is off of Antelope Creek, and there is Zone A flood hazard on the subject property. When staff considers rezone or comprehensive plan amendment, we do look at current land use within 1/2 mile. We did note in yellow rural residential district as well as agriculture district in light green. Future land use within 1/2 mile is also considered, and agriculture district again is in light green, rural residential district is in yellow, and ranchette district is in brown. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review, and there were no concerns or objections received. Staff's analysis of the request is that future land use identifies the property as a rural residential district. There are no properties within 1/2 mile that are zoned low-density residential or that would allow for higher density. Granting this rezone would allow the property to be subdivided into 6 1/2 acre lots. For these reasons, the request does not appear to be in harmony with current zoning or future land use, and staff recommends to deny Comprehensive Plan Amendment 2115.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Noting none, I do have several speaker request forms. The first one is Florence Thompson.
Thank you. My name is Florence Thompson. I live at 15309 Dawkins Road, and my property is the property just east across Antelope Creek Road. I own the corner of Antelope Creek Road and Dawkins Road. That is all zoned. Last I checked, limited ag. I'm concerned about the change of the zoning. I'm in favor of my neighbors getting to build a carport. It would seem to me that it isn't going to infringe on their neighbors, and their neighbors have not had any objections. I have no objections. However, it seems like changing the zoning for just a little overlap on the carport is sort of like swatting a fly with a baseball bat. I don't understand why we're changing the zoning. So it seems to me that I know you guys have to deal with details constantly, but we sometimes have to look at the forest and not just the trees. So let's look at this and say, so do we really need this huge zoning change when maybe there's some kind of conditional use or some other mechanism that could do that? It's such a minor change and nobody objects to it. So I do support them getting to build their carport.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Mrs. Thompson? Your comments have spurred a lot of questions in my review of this, but maybe they will be answered. I believe the landowner is here. Paul Cox.
Good morning, Commissioner members. Thank you for hearing my case here. My name is Paul Cox. I live at the residence of 15587 Antelope Creek Road, and I started this project due to the severe hail damage we had at our property at the end of August, and I have an RV parked south of my shop, and I wanted to put some kind of an overhead covering on it to protect it from future hailstorms. The proposal was to build it and have, after it's built, have a 10.5-foot setback from my neighbor's property, which is not fenced, and it's an open hay field on that side. And she had no problem with that, but the zoning commission said I had to have 25 feet setback. So I'm happy to go down the path, whatever I need to do to get a carport. So, and I'm here to answer any questions.
So you have no interest in subdividing your lot into 3 or 4 different lots? You intend to keep your lot at
3
acres?
Yes.
Okay.
I have several trees planted throughout there for windbreak on the north side, all down there.
Okay. If it's okay with you, I'd like staff to come up. I have some questions, and then maybe we can call you back up.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you help me out here? I'm wondering if there's not a procedure that can help accommodate the addition of a carport, although the setback may be an issue, but I'm trying to understand what the reasoning was for the rezone.
So the rezone, if this gets approved, he would be able to rezone to get that to be an 8-foot setback instead.
Okay.
That was the reason that he's going forward with the comprehensive plan amendment and the rezone request.
Okay. Is there an alternate approach? A variance of sorts?
So variances are for physical hardships.
Okay.
He's got 3 acres of usable land, so staff doesn't believe that there is a physical hardship to proceed with a variance request.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Cox, could you come back up?
If you have a map that I've seen previously shows the floodplain, the flood zone, and part of my property is in a floodplain, so
Okay.
it's not all usable for that.
And the setback in the zoning district is 20 feet, 25 feet?
25 feet.
25, thank you. And the setback requested is from the side lot line or the rear?
Right there, side. That's my camper there.
So there's plenty of room behind your camper all the way to where the floodway is or the floodplain is.
There
So,
is, but it would be exposed to the severe north winds that we have there.
so you're trying to protect it from your camper.
Yes.
I'm not speaking for everyone, but I can see staff's concern. I don't agree with the rezone here to simply reduce your side yard setback. I'd like to find a way to do this, and it might have to involve your neighbors, but you also don't appear to have a hardship either. So I understand staff's position on this. If you were to build a carport, could you put it behind the garage so you could meet your offset from your side yard setback?
Like I said, it would be exposed. I might as well put up a building in it. I don't have the capital to do that or haul in the gravel to get it back there. And
Sure.
yeah, I do have a letter from my neighbor saying she's okay with it on the 10.5 foot setback that would be after the carport was put up where it is proposed. But I'll go down whatever path the commission says I should go down, if it's rezoning to get my camper covered and to get
Well, I'll speak for myself. If these guys have comments, we can go down that route. If you were to divide that into 3 lots, it's 3 lots forever, or if you rezone it, then the rules of that then apply moving forward. With a variance of sorts can be applied for and kind of runs with this very specific request. I understand the hardship on it, but I'm not sure that the rezone is the greatest way to resolve this issue. And you have a note from your adjacent landowner?
Yes.
In favor of this?
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions for Mr. Cox?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Is your plan to have this may or may not have any major impact on the planning and zoning staff, but is the plan to have a permanent carport there, or was it temporary where it could be moved? Just out of curiosity.
It could be moved. Yeah.
Okay. That's all I've got. Just want to.
Further questions?
Fastened to the ground type of thing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay. Are there any other speaker requests on this item? Does anyone else wish to speak on this item? Sure, come on back up.
I would strongly object to the rezoning of that property that would allow a building of more houses. These properties were subdivided quite recently, and there was a lot of discussion about how big and how small and whatever they could be. And it would seem to me that zoning should last for a while. It shouldn't be countermanded. I do have a general concern that I don't think we're following the great 40-year plan or whatever it was that cost so much money for the county to do. It seems like we lose sight of the big picture and we start making all these little exceptions. And I think it'd be a real mistake to start putting different kinds of zoning in here. Thank you.
Thank you. I got another question for staff. Are there variances that run with the property specific to the landowner, such that if you were to grant something, and in a situation like this where everyone's amenable to the what's happening, yet it would be a variance to the setback. Is there a mechanism where upon that sale of that property, that then comes off?
I don't believe so. Variances typically run with the property.
Variances always run with the property?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, conditional uses could be different, where you could end the conditional use and then the use would have to be removed or amended, but in this case, nope.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Maybe this is a shot in the dark, but what about asking for an easement from the neighbor so that it would allow them to have an easement to set something there, or does it still delineate because of the property line?
I think an easement would come into play if they were actually utilizing the neighbor's property and not their own. So we would still have the setback requirement of 25 feet in that zoning district.
I guess I don't know if we're going to resolve that here today with this item. We have a few options here in my mind. We can either continue this item if everyone has got their mind made up. We can vote on this item, but I guess at this point, staff's recommendation is to deny this rezone based on the items listed in the staff report. And I guess just before we go there, does anyone else in the audience wish to speak on this item? Okay. Staff's recommendation is to deny the comprehensive plan amendment as the request does not appear to be in harmony with the surrounding zoning and future land use in the area. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second to deny. Further discussion?
I think I'm going to say I do agree that I don't think rezoning is the correct way to do it. There's got to be a different way to be able to at least navigate through this to see how we can help them out with being able to do that. But I don't think changing the comp plan is the appropriate way at this point in time.
I would agree with that. And I would hope that regardless of how this goes, that further discussion happen to come up with a solution for the landowner. Further discussion. Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 17.
Agenda item 17 is the subsequent request to the previous item. It's rezone 21-33 to rezone 3 acres from rural residential district to low density residential district. Applicants again are Paul and Kathleen Cox. Staff reviewed the same criteria as the previous agenda item. Zoning within 1/2 mile is rural residential and agriculture. Future land uses agriculture district, rural residential district, and ranchette. And for the same reasons listed on the previous agenda item, staff recommends to deny rezone 21-33.
Questions for staff? Noting none, does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? Come on up.
We're both confused as to why it's 2 items. So can you explain what's going on?
I'll let staff go ahead and.
Sure. So the applicants applied to rezone. Before we can approve, or before you can approve a rezone, you have to amend the comprehensive plan first. So there are 2 separate actions, 2 separate votes required.
Does that answer your question?
I would object to any kind of rezoning. Thank you.
Noted from the previous item as well. Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none and seeing none, staff recommends to deny rezone RZ 21-33, as the request does not appear to be in harmony with the surrounding zoning in the area. Is there a motion?
So move. So move. Second.
Motion and second to deny the rezone RZ 21-33. Further discussion? Hearing none, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on 18.
Agenda item 19 is rezone 21-32 to rezone 1 acre from agriculture district to low-density residential district. The owners and applicants are Michael and Angela Holmberg. Their agent is Renner Associates LLC. The location of the property is 23359 Bradsky Road. It is currently zoned agriculture district. Access is off Bradsky Road, and there is special flood hazard area on the property. Staff did consider current zoning within 1/2 mile of the subject property and found rural residential district in yellow, agriculture district in green. Future land use within 1/2 mile of the subject property is agriculture district in light green, rural residential district in yellow, ranchette district in tan, and low density residential district in brown. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review. No comments or objections were received. Staff's analysis of the request is that the applicant is subdividing 1 acre of the subject property. Future land use identifies the subject property as low-density residential district. Therefore, the applicant's request appears to be in harmony with future land use designations, and staff recommends approval of rezone 21-32.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
I do.
Go ahead.
Where's the 1 acre on the map?
Right here.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Okay, none of ours show that.
Right.
Okay.
Apologize for that.
So it's clear down at the,
And they are plating through the city of Rapid City.
okay.
Further questions for staff? Does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? Noting none, staff recommends approval of rezone RZ 21-32. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 19.
Agenda item 19 is conditional use permit 21-69 to allow an accessory dwelling unit to be located in a detached garage on the subject property. The applicants are Richard and Lynn Beasley. Location of the subject property is approximately 0.38 mile north of the intersection of Norseman Lane and Sheridan Lake Road. Property is 14.03 acres, currently zoned agriculture district. Access is off Norseman Lane. There is no special flood hazard area on the property. Zoning ordinance lists 7 factors the Planning Commission may consider in their review of conditional use permit applications. They're on the screen. I'll read staff's responses for you. Starting with number 1. The requested use should not be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the public. Number 2, the requested use should not substantially impair or diminish the uses, values, or enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already permitted. Number 3, the requested use should not impede normal or orderly development and improvement of the surrounding property for uses permitted in the district. Number 4, the accessory dwelling unit utility shall be extended from the primary dwelling unit's services. An address will be assigned for the ADU and posted in accordance with Pennington County Ordinance Number 20. Number 5, the existing approach will provide ingress and egress as to minimize traffic congestion on Norseman Lane. The accessory dwelling unit will utilize the same driveway approach as the primary dwelling. Number 6, the current zoning district is agriculture district. The requested use will conform to all applicable regulations of the district if this conditional use permit is approved. And lastly, number 7, future land use is identified as ranchette residential. The requested use is consistent within this district with an approved conditional use permit. In addition, Pennington County Zoning Ordinance Section 324 lists criteria that must be met to allow an accessory dwelling unit. And as you can see on the screen, they meet all of those criteria. As the property sits today, it is vacant of any structures. There is an on-site wastewater treatment system permit from the city of Rapid City. It is within the 1 mile septic jurisdiction of the city. The applicants did request a variance in September of last year to reduce the section line setback from 58 feet to 33 feet to build a single-family residence. However, the Board of Commissioners denied that request. The applicants also requested a vacation of section line to vacate 33 feet of the section line right-of-way located on the west line of Lot 1 of Larson subdivision, and the Board of Commissioners rescinded this request in July of last year with the applicant's concurrence. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review and no objections or concerns were received. Staff's analysis of the request is that the applicants plan to construct the single-family residence and the garage with the ADU at the same time so that no additional conditional use permits are required. As you can see on the map here, the proposed location of the single-family residence is to the north of the property, and the garage and accessory dwelling unit is to the south portion of the property. This is the rendering of the garage with the accessory dwelling unit apartment above. This is the floor plan, 630 square feet. With that, staff recommends to approve conditional use permit 21-69 with conditions.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? So you're here to answer questions only. Thank you. Noting none and hearing none, staff recommends approval of conditional use permit 2169 with 15 conditions. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? Hearing none, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Can you either take a 10-minute break now or go through 20 and then take a 10-minute break?
Sounds good.
Good now. Do we need a motion?
Move to recess for 10 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. We'll be back at 11:10.
We take a 5-minute.
Entertain a motion to
I move that we reconvene.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion and second to reconvene. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 20.
Agenda item number 20 is layout plan 21-79 to reconfigure lot lines in order to create lot 3R, 3 revised, I'm sorry. Applicant and landowners are Marjorie Helgeson. Other affected landowners are John and Denise Murphy. And their surveyor is Davis Engineering. Location of the property is 23565 and 23572 Burgess Road, approximately 0.4 miles south of the intersection of Sheridan Lake Road and Burgess Road. Currently, the properties are zoned agriculture district and rural residential district. Access is off Burgess Road, and there is special flood hazard area on the subject property. This item was continued from the December 13th Planning Commission meeting at the applicant's agent's request. As it sits today, the property, Lot 3, is 2.53 acres, contains a single-family residence as well as a detached garage and an on-site wastewater treatment system. Proposed lot on the right-hand side of your screen there in purple and green is Lot 3 revised, which will be 3.02 acres. It will contain the single-family residence, the detached garage, and the on-site wastewater treatment system. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review. The county floodplain manager did state that the minor plat will need to contain the 100-year floodplain limits. No other objections or concerns were received. Staff's analysis of the request is that the applicant and landowners are proposing to add 0.49 acre to the existing Lot 3. The portion of land being added to Lot 3 is zoned agriculture district, so a rezone is required to avoid creating a dual zone parcel. There is also a potential to landlock a portion of tax ID 12959 between Tract A and Alma subdivision and Lot 3 revised. You can see here on the screen, this would be the potentially isolated tract that this proposal would create. because this green portion would be being added to Lot 3 revised. Hopefully that's clear. You can see over here on the left-hand side of the screen how the current property line sits. And if they were to add this portion right here, then it would landlock this triangle here. So with that, a 40-foot wide access easement is required to avoid creating an isolated tract. With that, staff finds no significant issues with the applicant's request as it appears to be in harmony with existing lots and current land uses in the area. Staff recommends approval of layout plan 2179 with conditions.
Any thoughts on how they're going to resolve the isolated tract?
I did speak to the applicant's agent, and it sounds like they are going to propose an easement from the end of Burgess Road across the property over to this isolated tract.
Okay. It's a condition in the layout plan?
It is, yep.
Thank you. Further questions for staff? Noting none, does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? Hearing none, seeing none, staff recommends approval of layout plan LPL 2179 with 10 conditions. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 21.
Agenda item number 21 is conditional use permit amendment 15-09 to amend an existing conditional use permit to add 4 storage units to the subject property. The applicant and landowner is Reno Gulch LLC. Dan and Monica Detweiler are the agents. Location of the property is 24106 Highway 385. It is 7.9.
Now I can't hear them though.
7.92 acres, zone highway service district. Existing land use is commercial storage units. Access is off Highway 385, and there is no special flood hazard area on the subject property. The zoning ordinance does list 7 criteria that the Planning Commission may consider in review of the conditional use permit applications. I'll read staff's responses to those. Number 1, a petition to establish an isolated tract to obtain road easement was filed with the Board of Commissioners concerning the location of the proposed buildings in this conditional use permit amendment. Until this issue is resolved, the requested use may be detrimental to the public general welfare. Next, will the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already permitted be in any foreseeable manner substantially impaired or diminished by establishment, maintenance, or operation of the conditional use permit? Staff found yes. Until the isolated tract petition is resolved, the requested use may substantially impair or diminish the uses, values, or enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already permitted. Number 3, will the establishment of the conditional use impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding property for uses permitted in the district? Staff found yes. Until the isolated tract petition is resolved, the requested use may impede the normal, orderly development and improvement of surrounding properties for uses permitted in the district. Number 4, will adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, and other necessary site improvements be provided? Staff found no. Per the applicant's site plan included in this request, 3 of the 4 proposed structures would be placed within the vacated section line. You can see that on the exhibit here on the screen. These 3 structures here, this is the vacated section line running east and west. Number 5, have adequate measures been or will be taken to provide access and ingress and egress as so designed to minimize traffic congestion in the public streets? Staff found yes, the existing approach will provide ingress and egress to minimize traffic congestion on Highway 385. Number 6, will the conditional use conform to all applicable regulations of the zoning district which it is located? Staff found no. Until the isolated tract petition is resolved, the requested use may not conform to all applicable regulations of the district in which it is located. And lastly, number 7, will the conditional use be consistent with the adopted county comprehensive plan? Staff found yes. Future land use is identified as highway service district. Storage units are an approved use with an approved conditional use permit. Property history, structures on the property as it sits today. There is a mobile home / caretaker residence as well as 8 storage structures. There are also signs on the property. There's 1 affixed to a building and 3 standalone billboard signs, as well as an on-site wastewater treatment system. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review The state's attorney's office did reply stating that a petition to establish an isolated tract to obtain a road easement was filed on August 11th, 2021 with the Board of Commissioners concerning the location of proposed buildings in the conditional use permit. As of this time, a decision has not been made by the Board of Commissioners on the petition. The petition was filed before this request for a conditional use permit. Further, there may also be an application submitted in the future for reopening and relocation of the section line that was formerly in the location of the proposed buildings of the CUP. With that, staff recommends this request be continued indefinitely until a decision can be made by the Board of Commissioners regarding an isolated tract petition filed by an adjacent landowner.
Just to clarify, where is the isolated tract?
Let me pull up Rapid Map 1 second.
And then is there any way we can cut off the reverb? Okay, thank you.
The isolated tract in question would be this parcel here to the east.
And currently there's been submitted a petition for
Yes, sir.
access to that
This
parcel?
landowner of the affected parcel has submitted a petition to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay. Questions for staff?
No.
Okay. Do we have, I'm assuming that's the landowner on the Zoom call? Okay. We can go ahead and unmute him. And then Mr. Detweiler, if you want to speak to the issue.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, I'd like to speak to the issue. Thank you very much. Well, although we respectfully disagree with some findings in the staff report, we do agree with the recommendation to continue the matter. This isn't the forum to discuss our points of disagreement with another landowner. I do have a question, though. We have 4 buildings on that CUP. 3 of them are in dispute. 1 of them is not. Is it possible that we could move forward with the CUP on the building that's not in dispute?
Have you come up, Jason?
Yes, sir. We can move forward with that if you wanted to amend your application.
So from a structural standpoint, would we continue this today? Allow him to amend his conditional use permit?
Yes, sir.
That would satisfy everyone? Are you agreeable to that, Mr. Detweiler?
Yes, I am.
All right. Does everyone on the commission understand that? Okay. So at this point, staff recommends, well, before I go, does anyone else in the audience wish to speak on this item? Sir, please come forward. Go ahead and state your name.
My name is Quentin Riggins. I'm an attorney with Gunderson Palmer Law Firm. I represent Cross Sabers, the adjoining landowner that has the pending petition for isolated tract access. In looking at the map, the fourth structure, the one that's proposed directly behind an existing storage unit, wouldn't impact our petition. We wouldn't have an issue with the CUP for that one particular storage unit. Only the other 3 that are in the vacated section line, that's part of the existing isolated tract petition.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Riggins? Okay. Anybody else?
My name is John Henderson. I live at 24048 South Highway 385. I'm in a family partnership. We are the adjoining landowner on the east side of the Mickelson Trail for Mr. Detweiler's property. We are currently still in a disagreement regarding the abandonment of a section line and the negotiation to try to move the section line or establish an easement or just a way to access our property. Our property is physically not accessible. I'm sure Commissioner Lewis knows it well. It's a moon-shaped little piece of property on Spring Creek with the cliff behind it. Our engineers have said there's no other way to access it. So I think this issue, you're putting the cart before the horse. Until we resolve the section line issue, moving the section line, an easement issue or whatever, to grant this, you're putting the cart before the horse.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else? Noting none, staff recommends that this request.
Hang on, somebody just stepped in the back.
We had another hand. I'm sorry. Please come forward, sir. My apologies for not seeing you.
Well, it sounds like you're headed that way anyway, but I concur with what John said. I think you need to resolve the access issue. I'm a current adjacent landowner to the property, and I just concur with what John said. I think should resolve the access to that property before moving ahead with any of this conditional use on the storage units.
So can you go ahead and identify yourself, sir? Sir?
Go ahead and.
Is it Dale? Okay, I didn't hear him say his name.
Yeah, if you just state your name.
Oh, Dale Ludens.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I was going to get to all the speaker request forms, but we had them come up. So thank you very much for raising your hands. Is there anyone else on this item? No, I'm not seeing anyone. Thank you for noting that. Staff recommends that this request be continued indefinitely until a decision can be made by the Board of Commissioners regarding an isolated tract petition filed by the adjacent landowner. And I guess with the discussion here today regarding the three of the four, or the one of the four, that it doesn't appear to be in question, let's say, do we need to amend the recommendation from staff? Would this just be continued to the next meeting?
Correct. Yeah, I think that would work.
Okay. Is everyone clear on that?
Yep.
Okay.
Continue to the next meeting.
That's correct. Staff recommends to continue this item into the next meeting, conditional use permit amendment CU 15-09. And the next meeting would be when?
The 24th.
January 24th. Thank you.
So move.
Second.
Motion and second to continue to the next meeting. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 22.
Agenda item number 22 is conditional use permit 21-64 to allow a 12 by 32 tiny home / park model as a primary structure on the subject property. Planning Commission has seen this before. It was initially heard November 22nd of 2021. It continued again from the December 13th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting to this meeting. And that gave the applicants time to work with the county to come up with a resolution for the addressing concerns that 911 had found out in that area. The applicant has been working with staff, and we did come to a solution to rename all the existing, or to readdress the existing single-family residences in that area. All the property owners are in concurrence with that resolution, so we're going to move forward with that pending approval of this request today.
Further questions for staff? Well, first, I just appreciate staff working with the landowners and all the parties involved to come to a resolution on this. I do have a speaker request form from Don. Is Pat, no, is this just to answer questions if they come up? Otherwise, you're good with everything. All right. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Hearing none, seeing none. Staff recommends approval of conditional use permit CU 2164 with 3 conditions. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 23.
Agenda item number 23 is conditional use permit review 19-33 to review a recreational vehicle park on the subject property to include RV sites, a gas station, a convenience store, and a bar. The applicant is No Bad Days Campground LLC. The agent is Rob Livingston. Property location is east of the intersection of Highway 385 and Highway 44 West. It is 14.98 acres. Currently zoned highway service district. Existing land use is campground and a store. This request was brought forward at your request, I believe, from the December 13th Planning Commission meeting. I believe the applicant was proposing to plat off lots on this property. And South Dakota Department of Agricultural and Natural Resources stated the applicant is required to obtain a license to operate a transient non-community water system. The commission requested this conditional use permit be reviewed at this meeting. Based on those recommendations, I did provide the commissioners this morning with an update from South Dakota Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources stating that they do not require that non-transient or non-community water system. So with that, staff would recommend this conditional use permit be reviewed at the July 11th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting to verify that all conditions of approval are being met, and that more or less gets this review back on schedule where it would have normally been reviewed.
So you're recommending to continue this until July 11th, 2022 instead of indefinitely?
Yes, sir.
Further questions for staff? Does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this? Noting none, staff recommends conditional use permit CU 19-33 be continued to the July 11th, 2022 meeting. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion and second to continue. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 24.
Agenda item number 24 is conditional use permit review 21-40 to review the rental of utility vehicles, kayaks, paddleboards on the subject property. Again, the applicant is No Bad Days Campground LLC. The agent is Rob Livingston. And again, this conditional use permit was requested to be reviewed at this meeting, and for the same reasons, staff recommends this be reviewed at the July 11th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting as the original conditions of approval require.
Questions for staff? Anyone in the audience wish to speak on this? Hearing none, seeing none. Staff's recommendation is to continue conditional use permit CU 21-40 to the July 11th, 2022 meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second to continue. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 25.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. Item number 25 is Comprehensive Plan Amendment CA 21-16 to amend the comprehensive plan to change the future land use from agriculture district to low-density residential district and low-density residential district to urban residential district. The applicant is Valley Development LLC. The agent is TUI Design Group. This property is located south of the intersection of Longview Road and Anderson Road. It consists of 107 acres. It is currently zoned agriculture district and is vacant of any structures. I just want to put some maps up here to just give you an idea of the criteria that was reviewed for staff to make the recommendation. On the left-hand side is the current zoning districts. On the right-hand side is the future land use. That brownish color is a suburban residential district. And that orange is the low-density residential district. The first circle is a half mile and the larger circle is a mile. So it gives you an idea of the general area of that. So in looking at those zoning districts, I just wanted to do a simple comparison so you can understand, because it's hard to see with just colors. Under the current zoning under agriculture, the minimum lot size is 10 acres. The setbacks are 25 feet on all sides. The predominant land use is agriculture, and the utilities are predominantly private, meaning they have their own well and on-site wastewater treatment system. Under our current comprehensive plan, the current future land use is the low-density residential district with the minimum lot size is about 1/2 acre. The maximum single-family resident density is 2. The setbacks are 25 feet on the rear and the front and 8 on the sides. The predominant land use is residential, and you can have public and private utilities. One of them just has to be public, so you need either a community water system and a septic or a community septic system and a well. The comparable zoning in the area is the suburban residential, which has a minimum lot size of 6,500 square feet. The maximum single-family residence density is 6. The setbacks are the same as the 25 feet on the front and the rear and 8 on the sides. The predominant land use is residential. And in order to have the 6,500 square foot lot size, you do have to have public utilities. In the Rapid City MPO, which is part of the plating jurisdiction, because this is in the 3-mile plating jurisdiction. So the Rapid City MPO has this listed as low-density neighborhood, which is comparable, kind of in between our urban residential and suburban residential, in that it requires a 6,500 square feet. The density is the 6. The setbacks are 20 on the front, 25 on the rear, 8 on the sides, residential and public utilities. For this proposed future land use update, the urban residential, the minimum lot size is 6,000 square feet. The maximum single-family residence density would be 7. The setbacks are the same as the Rapid City MPO, the 20, 25, and 8. The predominant land use is residential, and the utilities are public. In the Rapid City MPO, the purpose of that, just so some background on it to understand it, since this is in the 3-mile plating jurisdiction, so this subdivision is going to be platted through the Rapid City 3-mile plating jurisdiction, is to address the developing areas of Pennington County, and they project this area to become urbanized within the 20-year horizon of the Long Range Transportation Plan. The Rapid City MPO was put into place in 2014, 2015 in that area, so it was about 5 or 6 years ago, just to give you a timeline. This is part of the city's major street plan, and it does have Longview and Anderson roads as minor arterials, and as part of this project, they are going to upgrade those roads to that minor arterial standard. And you can kind of see here from Remington Road to about that 7860 Longview Road, and then all the way down Anderson Road to Highway 44. So those will be upgraded to that minor arterial requirement. And so this was routed around through the interdepartmental review process. There was the Rapid City Long Range Planning came back that said that the future land use is that low density neighborhood. The Longview and Anderson roads are identified as minor arterials on the major street plan. And that Ambrosia Drive to the south is Collector Street. Rapid City Community Development had the same comments. The Rapid City Regional Airport had stated that the provided uses meet the approved land use overlays for the airport, so they have no issues. It appears this low-density residential and not directly within the approach service of either of the runways. But since it is within 2 miles of the airport, we would highly recommend a document that is attached to the deed of each property acknowledging they are within 2 miles of the airport for noise and potentially light pollution purposes. The document says that with the deed, each time the property is bought and sold, the owner should be required to sign the document at each transaction. So that was a recommendation from the airport. The Rapid Valley Sanitary District said it was okay to proceed with the urban residential district as they will be providing water and sewer to the area. Just a quick note that changing the future land use to urban residential district will allow single-family residential development adjacent to minor arterial roads. The urban residential district has the following differences from suburban residential. So that suburban residential is that brown color that you can see on the map on the current land use and the future land use. That does have a 20-foot front yard setback in lieu of a 25-foot front yard setback, a 6,000 square foot lot size in lieu of a 6,500 square foot lot size. It allows multifamily dwellings without a conditional use permit, but multifamily dwellings are not proposed as part of this Apple Valley subdivision, and because it is in the airport zones, it would be somewhat restricted and probably not allowed. The existing surrounding land uses include suburban residential, rural residential, and agriculture. There is suburban residential zoning within 1/2 mile of the subject properties. The Rapid Cities MPO future land use identifies the property as low-density neighborhood. This district allows comparable lot sizes, density, and land uses to Pennington County's urban residential district. And one note that Pennington County's View to 2040 Comprehensive Plan identifies the future land use as low-density residential district. This is not comparable to the requested urban residential district. However, at the time of the View to 2040 Comprehensive Plan was implemented, the following three items were not taken into consideration and is therefore out of date with current conditions due to the improvements of Longview and Anderson roads to minor arterial streets, extension of public water and sewer utilities by annexation and expansion of the Rapid Valley Sanitary District to the area, and material changes in the character of the county due to unexpected population growth due to out-of-state persons separate from the expansion of the Ellsworth Air Force Base, and increased cost of housing and materials and the overall number of housing units available to accommodate the population growth. And I do have one more slide here to kind of see what the comparable of this Apple Valley subdivision is in comparison with the MPO and suburban residential district. They are proposing only 71 lots will be under that 6,500 square feet out of the whole subdivision, and the maximum density will be about 4 homes per acre. So staff is recommending approval based on that information of Comprehensive Plan Amendment 2116.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I don't have any questions for staff, but I want to go ahead and put out there what I want to put out there first, just to kind of address some of the issues and concerns. And first and foremost, for all disclosure, I've talked to both sides of this issue significantly, put a lot of time in it. I've done a lot of research on my own. So what I'm saying here today and what I'm wanting to offer up is not because I'm willy-nilly doing something. I've put a lot of time and effort into this. Unfortunately, I didn't support this during the Board of Commissioners meeting for the TIF, and the reason why is because of the supporting infrastructure. Now, I understand they're addressing the infrastructure for the community that they want to put in there, but it's not addressing the surrounding infrastructure that I believe is going to be significantly impacted. And what I'm talking about is, for some reason, either it was overlooked, missed, or it wasn't taken in consideration. Radar Hill Road is the access to the base, and this community is close enough to Radar Hill Road that it is going to impact that road. Through their own traffic study, 15% is what they estimate. We don't know what the actual number is going to be that's going to dump out onto Radar Hill Road, but through their own traffic study, they estimated 15% of 4,400, and I believe it was 8 vehicles a day. That works out to about 660 vehicles added to that Radar Hill traffic network. That road currently by the Boxelder Regional Transportation Improvement Plan states this about Radar Hill Road. The current conditions of Radar Hill Road and Highway 1416 do not support an increase in traffic volume or truck traffic, which restricts economic growth in both the commercial, residential areas and these routes and the routes that these serve. So right now, right off the bat, this is something that was identified 3 years ago. I've been working with Boxelder since I was made aware of this, and we're working to move that plan forward so that we can get Radar Hill Road in the planning stage of fixing those problems. The big concerns is the safety in this report. I mean, if you want this report, I can get you a copy of the report. Anybody here who wants the report, I'll ask for it to be sent out, or you can request it from me and I'll make sure we get it to you. But that's what my concern is for this. If we're going to add this community here, I get it. It's a 5-year build out. I get it. We need homes. Our community needs homes. And if you think that the county commission doesn't realize that, we do realize that. I'm actually an individual who's looking for a home underneath that 300,000 mark. So I'm very familiar with that market is showing right now in our community. And it does bother me. We need the homes. But we also can't just put homes in if it's going to cause continued safety issues on a major arterial that services our community for emergency purposes and things of that nature. So in all my research, there's only a couple of things that I have not received back. I haven't received the EMS information that I've been looking for to include response times over the last couple of years to see if they've increased due to all the traffic that's on the roads. We've seen an increase of traffic on those roads, but I also want to determine if there's been an increase in EMS response to areas due to the increased traffic. I'm also waiting to hear from the base commander and his team of the concerns of any of the infrastructure that's driving to the base. So with that, I will stand ready for any other questions that the that the Planning Commission has. I'll address any other issues that I think that may come up, but I think that we should continue this until at least the next planning meeting so that some other things can be gone through in the works. If you look, Brittany, do you mind bringing up the other map that shows the half-mile and the 1-mile radiuses? Because I'd like for the Planning Commission to also be aware of this, because whenever we're looking at this and considering safety aspects and travel, you also have to know what else is going on. Brittany, I'm sorry if you don't mind. Can you point out where we currently have development going on? I believe Murphy Ranch is adding how many more homes? And where that's located? It's just left of that half-mile.
Here,
Yep. So that's adding roughly how many homes?
this is getting developed, all of the, I would,
All that area is getting developed. There's an apartment complex going in, and I believe there's 2 other areas that are looking to be developed in roughly the general area. Is that correct? Okay. So again, all those and this adding to that Radar Hill Road issue is a big concern to me whenever the concern is the traffic incidents, the traffic accidents, the deaths. We need to be very, very well aware of what we're doing. And getting that road moving forward then allows for something like this to go on forward. But if we approve the comp plan change, then we're saying we accept the risk. I think, this is my opinion, that we accept the risk of adding more density without fixing the traffic plan that's been presented that says there is a concern with that traffic on Radar Hill Road. So if there's any questions from the Planning Commission, I'd be good to answer them.
The report that you have is from who?
So it's from the Box Elder Regional Transportation Improvement Project. I do believe Bub Kaufman, the city engineer of the city of Box Elder, is the one that has been working on this, putting this together. I'll go make copies, Travis. Okay. And it sounds like Joe's going to go make some copies.
Okay. Further questions for staff before we go to the speaker request forms? Brittany, I have a few questions, and they may be answered by the engineers. As I understand it, there's a proposal to extend water from Rapid Valley Sanitary District out to here, and as well as the roads are going to be widened to a minor arterial. Is that a 3-lane road with a shoulder, or what is that?
yes, a 3-lane road with 2 4-foot shoulders. I know Joe's just went back there to be able to speak to it, but yes.
Okay. And that was included in the TIF that went through prior to this?
Correct.
That's correct. Yeah.
Did the TIF have any drainage aspects to it?
No, I don't believe so. It just had the infrastructure improvements for the water, sewer, and the road improvements.
Okay.
So the drainage improvements that's actually a requirement through the city for their plating.
For the subdivision?
Correct.
Thank you. Anybody else? Questions for staff? Okay. We're going to get started here. So I want to make sure that everybody has their turn, their fair turn. I will tell everyone that there's speaker request forms here, have multiple items listed. Some people only listed one item. I'm going to do my best to call them up. I'll also ask at the end if I missed anybody. Obviously, me going through these speaker request forms is just trying to organize this a little bit, but I certainly don't want to miss anybody. So,
Oh, sorry, Rich. I just wanted to make one correction. The engineer did state that the north pond is in the TIF for the drainage.
thank you.
I have one question.
Go ahead.
This is for Joe, actually. Is Radar Hill Road a county highway?
Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. Radar Hill, approximately 3 miles of it is county highway, and then there's approximately 2 miles of it that's Box Elder.
Okay, thank you.
First speaker request form is Anna Hayes or Matt Bruner from Elevate Rapid City.
I'd like to thank everyone here today, particularly the commission, for allowing me the opportunity to chat really quickly with you guys. Matt Brunner with Elevate Rapid City. We're here to provide some general remarks about the housing crisis and our efforts at Elevate to encourage quality workforce housing in the region. We would like to see this project move forward with the Planning Commission and be discussed by the full commission. I have 4 points I just want to go over briefly. Any questions? Anna Hayes, who is our Public Policy Director, has asked me to have you guys address directly with her since I'm speaking on her behalf today. Elevate Rapid City acknowledges that the lack of supply and housing across the entire spectrum is affecting the current quality of life for Pennington County residents, and we're not only seeing this compound as the region grows. Solutions need to be found and projects need to move forward. Elevate is trying to do our part in supporting the issue through public policy change and tracking the work of local developers, who we feel are the only ones that can really help with that issue. It has become such an urgent priority that Elevate has hired a housing coordinator to catalyze these efforts. The lack of housing, especially under market, is adversely affecting employers as they continue to deal with the workforce shortage. 2, the housing development in Apple Valley is one of the efforts that can help make a dent in our housing supply, especially for the Department of Defense in their official environment impact statement. The EIS said that they need around 1,011 units to house their incoming airmen for the B-21. They said on record that they would not build any housing on or off base. They do rely on the community to step up for that need. This development is especially important due to its proximity to the base, as well as the range of price, as it is within the Airmen's BAH. That's the base allowance for housing. Excuse me. The DoD looks at the community's level of support for their initiatives. That's exactly what the region experienced years ago during the BRAC process. These are the projects that need to move forward to ensure the federal government that the community is pulling their weight to meet the needs for our airmen. Number 3, in a study authorized in 2016, the Rapid City area was short 3,500 units. We have only kept up at a rate of build around 700 to 900 per year. We know this area is growing at a significant faster rate than where we were in 2016 due to COVID and the incoming base personnel. We are already behind, and the problem is going to get worse before it gets better. The 468 homes could make a difference in keeping up with the supply needs. Also, we are commissioning a new study to have all these numbers updated that will be finished by the end of 2022. And then the last of the 4 is the state of South Dakota has taken a look at the statewide housing problem. They have identified infrastructure support as the path they want to go, but only with local partnership and skin in the game. They will not solve this problem for us, and we expect local communities to carry more than half of the weight. Not only that, but they want to see a willingness from local partners and entities to come together and identify solutions. They need to see the housing partnerships in the Black Hills area specifically. I'll pause there.
Any questions for Mr. Bruner?
Mr. Bruner, or Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Bruner, thank you very much for that. All those areas I'm very, very well informed on. In fact, I talked to Garth about those housing numbers and gave him my opinion that I believe they're higher than what we currently have listed. So that leads me to one question to you. Would you support the county as we move forward trying to get this Box Elder Transportation Plan moving forward as it needs to be done to meet the needs of the community for the housing issue and for safe transportation of the airmen to the base?
Would obviously support safe transportation. As far as my support, personally, I'd like to hand out Anna Hayes' cards for further questions on that.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Further questions? Okay. Thank you, sir, very much.
May I approach and drop cards off for everyone? Is that necessary, or should I leave them with
We'll
someone?
just leave them over there on the top, and we'll grab them here at the end of the meeting.
I'd like to thank everyone for the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Florence Thompson.
Thank you. My name is Florence Thompson. I live in Pennington County. I lived in the Rapid Valley, larger Rapid Valley area for over 30 years. That's a tough act to follow. I'm an amateur. I'm representing South Dakota Citizens for Liberty. Now, you might ask, what business would South Dakota citizens have for liberty have in something like a zoning dispute? The Declaration of Independence guarantees our life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. That is, pursuit of happiness was considered at the time to be property rights. And I'd like you to look at the big picture because I know you get tied up in the details and that's what you have to do. But try to not lose sight of the big picture. The famous economist von Hayek said, the more the government plans, the less the individual is able to plan. When the government takes on the responsibility to plan, they have an obligation to plan responsibly. It should be limited, consistent, and fair. Individuals should be able to depend on their government zoning regulations to be stable so that the landowners can make wise plans for their future. So they can expect that the property they own will be stable and consistent and a good place for a home or business. It appears to the citizens that rich developers are able to wield undue influence to bend and change zoning comprehensive plans, while the little guy is at the mercy of these whims and changes. What was the point of spending a great deal of money and time on a comprehensive plan if it can just be ignored by the powerful? When the government makes a zoning plan, they are in effect making a promise to the citizens about their future rulings. Why don't developers have to accept the current zoning regulations the way the little guy does? So I just asked you to consider those things. You are making decisions that affect people's lives and their hopes and plans for the future. And so I think you have a heavy responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Patty Bruner.
Yes, I'm Patty Bruner. I live at 6679 Longview Road, and I've lived in the valley for 40 years. I oppose the proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan to change to urban residential, but I'm going to defer my time to Bob Anderson.
Thank you. Ronald Cordes.
Good morning. My name is Ron Cordes, and I live at 14790 Buckskin Lane, which is just off Radar Hill Road. And I'm also currently the president of the Valley View Estates Homeowners Association. And I oppose to amend the comprehensive plan to change the future land use from agriculture district and low density to urban residential district. And I defer my time to Bob Anderson and also to Sherry Nutter. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Rose.
Good morning, or almost afternoon. My name is Cheryl Rose, and I live at 8420 Morris Lane, which is in close proximity to this. For item number 25, the amendment, I oppose it mainly based on density, and I'm going to use you guys' terminology. It's really not in harmony to current use. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ron Cordes, I'm assuming that's for item 26. Dean Scott.
Good morning. My name is Dean Scott. I am a Valley resident, and I've been a land surveyor for a long time. I normally stay strictly non-biased on subjects of these since I'm sometimes involved, but I can tell you that these projects of this nature are not the type that I've ever involved my company in. It seems strange to me. Well, this is a 5-step leap in joint in zoning from ag to urban, and to me, if urban zoning allows a single-family house to be on 6,000 square feet, but suburban residential is 6,500. What is the advantage to the developer to change from, for instance, if they develop this under the suburban residential district zone, it would be very similar to some of the other subdivisions that you see within a 2-mile radius. And right now, okay, so what is to be gained by getting urban zoning instead of suburban zoning? Well, you can have a smaller single-family lot by a little bit. You can reduce your front setback from 25 to 20. And beyond those two things, as it applies to single families, that's about the only differences I can think of offhand. The other problem I see with giving urban zoning is that multifamily up to 16-unit buildings will be allowed in that zoning without coming to you to talk about it. For all we know, the plan could change and we could see a lot more multifamily housing. And I have a letter here that I wrote yesterday, which I won't go into, but you know, I've been a long time resident. My grandchildren will be 4th-generation Rapid Valley residents. And I've operated my business out of Rapid Valley for 32 years. I feel very strongly that this community has a character of its own, and that to inject an urban patch right into the middle of it, it can do nothing but change. It will change the character of the area, and I don't think it will be a positive change. For instance, I also disagree with the fact that we can have these studies and only 5 or 6 years later we can start referring to them as old studies that don't pertain anymore. Several organizations, metropolitan planning, long range planning, have all identified this area as low density residential, and that allows you to have 5-acre or half-acre lot, which is fairly small in comparison to the area. Now I realize that they say, well, a home on half-acre is going to be too expensive. Well, why, if you want to build tiny homes on tiny lots, why don't you build tiny homes on reasonable lots? Then you will find these young families, they say, well, these are for young families to afford. All right, so you get a young family. Soon they have 2 kids. And if right now in Box Elder, there is a neighborhood going together where there are 50-foot frontage lots. And I encourage you to drive up there and go through it. I think it's also being built by Skull. And see if that's the kind of environment you think that we should be constructing out here in the valley. It seems to be more dense than anything except, I can't even think right now offhand of a similarly dense development within miles of this area. So, at any rate, I have a hard time thinking on my feet. So, if I could, I mean, I've lived in big cities and I've seen neighborhoods change over time. And there used to be in the 80s, there was a push for these starter home neighborhoods so that young families could buy them. Well, it wasn't long before the young families realized they needed something more and they had to sell. Now, especially in cases where there are multifamily, like the twin home, the push for these twin homes. During the period when ownership is shared between 2 individuals, it disincentivizes either one of them from doing home improvement unless unless the other party is keeping up their half. If not, usually what'll happen when one family decides that they need to move out, and a lot of times you'll see that other half bought by the other person, and immediately it becomes partial rental property. And rental property is not a problem in itself, but when you end up with a neighborhood that has a high percentage of rental, you end up with people that are living there that don't have a vested interest, and the owners of the property they don't really have the incentive to do a lot of upkeep. And I just think that, in my experience, densely packed developments do not serve the public. They do not create lots that build equity. They create lots that are less desirable than others. I realize it's a way to quickly get people housed, but I just don't think it's a wise long-term investment to create tiny lots and tiny homes for the long term. I believe that's all I've got on this topic. I'd like to give a letter to you folks. I guess I'll just stack it over
Put it
here.
over on the side.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
I was going to ask that. You beat me to it. Questions for Mr. Scott. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next speaker request form I had was from Andrew Skull.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name's Andrew Skull, 2665 Cavern Road. I'm here representing Valley Development as well as Pink Cabin LLC. Few comments. I will be available for any questions that you do have. The comments I'm going to make are aligned with items number 25 for the comprehensive amendment, as well as item number 26 for the rezone. Specific, I'd like to talk about the traffic report, because I do feel that, in all due respect, Mr. Lassiter is not necessarily correct in his analysis of that traffic report. Traffic reports the parameters of the traffic report are set by the county, they're set by the city, and they're also set by the DOT. The intersection, specifically 1416 and Radar Hill Road, is located 5.5 miles away from this development. I've been part of many traffic reports over the years. I've never seen one extend to that distance. We hired an expert traffic engineer to facilitate and conduct that study, and that study was done within the parameters that were given by those jurisdictional elements. The overall summary of this traffic report showed that there's low to minimal impact created by this development. And so in the big picture, we don't see the issue. I would like to bring up, let me see if I can find the right slides here in the traffic report. Another comment was that this would create, Brittany, can you help me find the traffic report within the allowable information?
The traffic study.
The traffic study, excuse me, yes. What that shows is, Commissioner Lassiter, you mentioned 15%. It does state that 15% of the traffic from this development may go on to Radar Hill Road. More importantly, it specifically calls out that after the full build out in 2028, there would actually be 39 additional vehicles traveling north on Radar Hill Road at peak AM hours. Okay, so this development will take over 7 years to fully develop out. Thank you very much. And the peak, so we'll see about 7 vehicles travel north on Radar Hill Road per year as this gets developed out. And I will reference specifically where that's shown in the traffic report. Right here, this is the intersection of Longview and Radar Hill Road. What these numbers represent, 36 is the current traffic count today. 48 would represent the number of vehicles that would be turning left onto Radar Hill Road or north if nothing was built. The third number, 87, represents in 2028 what the traffic turning north would be on full build up to the development. So in 2028, we'll see an incremental gain of 39 vehicles during peak AM traffic hours on that. Traffic studies also look at, they grade intersections based upon, here's the weekend, this is the weekend peak. You can see The weekend, PM, we'd be looking at about an additional 26 vehicles traveling north on Radar Hill Road. The other thing that they do is they grade. This shows the grading of the various different types of traffic. Obviously, level of service A is the best, B on down to F. This particular analysis in the diagram states that during AM peak hours, all of the intersection of Radar Hill and Longview have a grade of A, means the best possible service that can be applied. And during the PM peak hours, it gets to a B. This is very good. So what I do ask of you all today is we have spent a significant amount of time, upwards of 2 years working on this project. We have delayed the overall vote on the TIF for 3 weeks to provide additional information to 2 of the different county commissioners. I ask that you not continue this. I ask that you move this forward. We would like to move this forward to the county commissioners on that. Also, in terms of the traffic, I think Joe, County Highway Superintendent, pointed out that 2 miles of Radar Hill Road is in Box Elder. The 2 miles of concern are 1416 Radar Hill and Box Elder. That is a Box Elder issue. There's also currently a situation where Box Elder, the county, and the state DOT are working to create a joint powers agreement to seek grant funding for the improvement of 1416 and Radar Hill Road in that intersection. This is a very big deal, and I know that the state has significant resources dedicated to participate in that. It will take many years to get that done. It also take many years to get this development built. These are parallel processes, and our impact is going to be along down the line, which I also think the project for 1416 would be as well. There's also other developments along Radar Hill Road that will have much greater impact. The Alpha Omega development, as well as Cheyenne Boulevard and Cheyenne Pass. These are substantially larger developments than even what we're proposing, much more closely located. That's where your traffic study would come from. Those developments will look at that intersection rather than ours. Other items specific is, I know there's a concern about spot zoning. If we look at the overall map that was shown earlier, within a half mile any direction, there are current spot zoning developments. We don't feel that we're creating spot zoning. The reasoning behind the choice for urban residential versus suburban is simply 2 factors. Number one, the reduced front yard setback from 25 to 20. And we do have 71 of our 468 lots that would be under 6,500. That is something that's negotiable to us. To change all lots to 6,500, we're talking about a reduction of 7 lots. Not a major situation here. That is something we're willing to consider. We're also have no interest in putting multifamily on this. So if that was part of a development agreement that would state that multifamily would not be built on this rezoned area, that is something that we would concur with. I find it also that both city staff, as Brittany mentioned, and county staff is supporting the comprehensive plan and the rezone of this area. And we ask you to do the same. I am available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Skull?
I have one.
Go ahead,
Andrew. I looked through the traffic study, and I seem to remember that there will be a stop sign at Longview and Radar Hill Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
A 4-way stop?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, unless you have questions, go ahead. Yeah, if you have questions, go ahead.
Mine can wait. Go ahead.
Mr. Skull, just 1 or 2 questions, just depending on how you answer. So with that traffic study that was done, are you suggesting that a developer should not look at how it's going to impact somewhere else? That there's already been a traffic study that says there's already concern. Should the county not look at that?
What I'm saying is that the people that are responsible and more educated in terms of our transportation network set the parameters for which that traffic study should have been done. This study specifically looked at what was requested of them. I'm not familiar with a traffic study that's ever looked more than the major intersections that are impacted. I've never seen one go 5-6 miles down the road.
Does the county have a responsibility for public safety to look at that and how it's going to impact once you start adding traffic onto another road that is interconnected with a development that someone's putting in?
I think that's a question for you and your fellow county commissioners, and that's why I asked that this not be continued and we move this to the next stage at county commissioners for your discussion. My understanding from dealing with multiple developments and being in the development and construction world, that intersection's in Box Elder. That is Box Elder's responsibility is what I would say. Now, there's a beautiful thing there, though, that could happen with the $200 million in funding that Governor Noem has brought to the table for housing development. There's opportunity if the city or any government agency pays a third, a developer pays a third, the state will pay a third. So there's significant dollars on the table, and in that situation, I think that you're looking potentially at a TIF through the county or the city of Box Elder for the rebuild of, or the complete construction of Cheyenne Boulevard. Being within half a mile of that intersection, I think that's where you need to be focusing the attention on. Now, our engineer may have a different opinion, but I allow them to also answer any questions specific to traffic studies.
Okay.
Further questions? My question is for Brittany and not necessarily for you, Mr. Skull. He did say that they would be okay with a density of 7 lots and okay with no multifamily on this property. Functionally, how do those agreements happen within the county and the developer?
Typically with rezones aren't conditioned. They're
Correct.
either approved or they're not. Comprehensive plans are either approved or they're not. That would have to come through the developer's agreement with the TIF.
And is that part of the TIF right now?
The developer's agreement still has to go in front of the Board of Commissioners for approval, and that has not been in front of the board for approval.
Thank you. Next speaker request form is from Timothy Trueblood.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Timothy Trueblood. I live at 5920 Derringer Road, and I'm here today to oppose the change or the amendment, and I would like, if it suits the Commission, to defer my comments to Rob Anderson.
Thank you, sir, for your comment.
Thank you.
Next one is Ernest Getty.
I'm over here.
Whichever one you want.
My name is Ernest Getty. I live on, you look awfully familiar. Are you from Hill City?
You know who we are?
Yeah.
We had the flower shop.
Yeah. Ernie Getty, I live on Carlin Drive. I've lived there for 40 years. I want to give you a little bit of perspective, and it's quite similar to the gentleman over here that spoke earlier. I'm generally opposed to this, and my biggest concern is the density. I got out here 50 years ago with the Air Base. We loved it out here, and this has become our home, and we have no intention of ever leaving. Housing was a concern back in the early 70s, not to the scale it is today. We didn't have any trouble finding a starter home, significantly cheaper than today's prices, but we're all aware of that. My biggest concern, like this gentleman, is quality of life. We had 2 or 3 homes in Rapid City over the decades, and we ended up out on Carlin Drive in the valley. We bought an acre here and there, and I know all my neighbors, and I feel that that community continuity has a significant positive impact on my lifestyle. And I don't have anything against this housing development other than size, because I understand, being a former GI, that there is a significant need for housing. I find it surprising that this group thinks that Ellsworth is going to or has abdicated some of their responsibility for this increased housing if they think their personnel are going to require it. And it seems to me from the traffic study that people do not think that any of these fellows from the base are going to be living in this development. They don't seem to think that that traffic is going to increase. I think it will increase. I think they're going to widen the road. I suppose Brittany could be a little more informative on this. They're going to widen Longview a little bit, all the way to Carlin, perhaps.
We'll have Joe come up.
So currently the plan is to widen Longview and Anderson Road from, I believe it's Remington, right? Yeah, Remington, all the way to about 7806 Longview Road, so past the development up, basically to where it starts to go up the hill there, and then Anderson will be 3 lanes all the way down to Highway 44.
Recently widened it there, and it's going to
tie in.
There.
Yep.
Okay. Were there going to be any plans for stoplights anywhere on Longview? Do you know? That might be premature, but
Not at this time. The warrants just simply aren't there.
okay. All right. Well, I won't take any more of your time, other than to say I wish the density of this development was somewhat less density and larger lots. And I'm not a businessman in property development, but I feel there is a consumer out there that would like a little larger lot, and in the long run, that consumer would appreciate that larger lot. And I think the larger lots and the subsequent families that are in there would have a lesser impact on the current community. Any questions? I want to thank all you gentlemen for all the effort you put into that, especially you, Travis. So I can see you put a lot of effort in.
We have one question for you, sir.
Sure.
What size lots do you think would be appropriate?
Well, it seems if you're going to put 4 or 5 homes on 1 acre, that's pretty dense. So I would say perhaps a half an acre.
Okay.
I don't know if that's, these gentlemen are obviously trying to recoup an investment, and I understand that. But 4 or 5 homes to an acre seems pretty congested. So, all right. Any other questions? All right.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Thank you.
Next comment is Marie Trueblood.
My name is Marie Trueblood, and I live at 5920 Derringer Road. And our backyard is right along Longview Road. And I'm going to yield my time to Bob Anderson. I just want to make one real quick comment. We have a dog that requires long walks. We go on roughly 4-mile walks, probably 5 days a week, or we can't live with her. And so we have walked along all these roads. There is no path, there's no nothing. If you widen the road, where's anybody going to walk except in the road? It's bad enough now, but it will be ungodly if this goes through the way it's planned.
So I believe Joe's going to come up, but what got discussed earlier was that it would be widened to a 3-lane with 4-foot shoulders.
That's correct. I just could.
The shoulder's going to be where you can walk on them, because right now a lot of it you
Yeah, there'll be it'll be 2. What is it? 2 11 10 11 10 11, right? I think is the I always get it. I wanted well, it was supposed to be 11 11 11. Anyways, it's 11 10 11. And then a 4-foot shoulder on either side. So 11-foot driving lane, 10-foot turning lane, 11-foot driving lane, and 8 foot's worth of shoulders combined. So 4 foot on either side. So yes.
Yep.
Next speaker request we have is Wendy Hensley.
My name's Wendy Hensley, and I don't know if I'm missing something here, but if you have 470 homes and you have a husband and a wife and maybe a teenager, that's 3 vehicles. I can't understand where, if she goes this way to work and he's going that way or wherever they go, that seems to me like quite a bit of traffic. Plus, they are building other areas up. So with all of that going on, it seems to me that's a lot more traffic than, 6 or 8 or what they were saying. And I come from Oregon, very familiar with the Portland area. And before I got married to my husband, they lived out in the country. And all this farmland has just disappeared. There's just apartments and houses, and it's just, and what I noticed, and people talked about global warming. Well, when we used to drive to his mom's house, there were all these trees and shade and everything, and it's all gone. And I noticed the difference in the heat because there's so much density. And so that's all I got to say.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Wendy, I'd like to touch base on your traffic question or statement on there.
Yeah.
I will say that I do believe that the number that they're utilizing for that community on a daily travel is 4,400 and some odd. Mr. Tui, you can tell me if I'm wrong. It's 4,400 and I can't see that far out. 4,408. So that's close to 10 trips, 10 vehicle travels out for each of those homes that are in that community roughly. So the number that they're using is pretty accurate to give us what we're looking at. So for what they're showing us, for what's coming out of that community, I agree with that. I don't disagree with their study on that aspect of it. I just was pointing out how it's impacting surrounding infrastructure that I'm concerned with.
Okay.
Fair enough, Wendy?
Yeah.
Further questions? Thank you for your comments. The next speaker request form is from Jim Hayward.
And Jim Hayward, live at 7860 Longview. And my initial comment before I defer to Bob Anderson and Sherry Utter is the traffic and the widening of Longview. Why does it stop the widening stop a half mile before Radar Hill Road? Why wouldn't it not widen all the way, not to mention whatever they're going to need to do with Radar Hill Road? Thank you.
Is that a question that can be answered?
Yes, the reason behind the stopping right at the 7860 is, as you can see on the map, there's a fairly large drainage that is Longview's about ready to cross, and it actually starts to go up a hill. So this is the furthest east that Rapid Valley could actually service with their sewer. So that's why it was chose to stop there, because they're going to put sewer service and water service all the way to 7860. So that's the reason it stopped there.
Okay. Does that answer your question, sir?
It answers that part of it, but that traffic is still going to be bottlenecked going from the 3-lane down to the current 2-lane, which is the rest of Longview presently has.
Correct. And sir, if I may, with that, we've worked with the developer from the conception of this, and it would be the county's plan, county highway, at some point when this is being constructed, to get that widened all the way to Radar Hill Road. That is in our plan. So
that would be the county's expense and responsibility.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I also have Linda Hayward.
Hi. My name is Linda Hayward, and I live at 7860 Longview Road, and have been there for 55 years. The agricultural land that is around me was as agricultural. Totally against zoning down to the low density that they want to go to. I trust and believe that our area, there are acreages out there no lower than one half acre. So I believe that this should be maintained and stay at 1/2 acre. And they should have to, I'm not against the building them absolutely, but I do not want to see low density like that come in. And as far as the traffic goes, it's difficult for us to get out of our driveway at 7860 Longview Road, where the 3-lane is going to go to 2-lane, or however that's going to be in the future. Not only do we have to make a shot to get out on the highway, it's a bad spot because they're coming up a hill, and nobody goes down that road at 35 miles an hour, which is what it's listed at. Even the big trucks, we have side trucks, side dump trucks coming down there. There's a business further on down Longview Road where they're hauling all the time. It starts at 6 o'clock in the morning and it doesn't quit till 6 o'clock at night. There's buses, school buses that go through that road every morning and every night. They run at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's crazy if you think you're going to get out of the driveway there. We know how to shoot it out now, but that's what we have to do. We have to take a run at it. And by the time we get out of our driveway, put it in gear to go on down the road, there's someone right on our hind end who have come from clear up to the corner. That's how fast they're going. When I say 90 miles an hour, I really mean 90 miles an hour sometimes. Those people are going down through there. So, with that being said, a couple comments. I just had to comment on Mesa View. It was a development that went in out there past 7860 between my house and the Longview or the Radar Hill Road. That development was meant to be stick-built homes. And the man that was planning that development passed away. And without notification to us, that turned into a mobile home park, which is an absolute mess. So I'm totally afraid of what another development going in out there could turn into. I would love to have had 2 years warning 2 years ago that they've had to work on this project. And I would love to have known about this 2 years ago. But notification doesn't seem to be a real thing. So I just wanted to make those two comments too. I can't comment any further. I oppose this opposed amendment to the comprehensive plan to change the urban residential and defer my remaining time to Bob Anderson and Sherry Utter.
Thank you. Next speaker request form I have is for Sherry Nutter and Bob and Marie Anderson.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Bob Anderson. I live at 3365 Anderson Road, and I've lived there for 35 years, and this is my wife, Mary.
Good morning, Planning Commission. I am Sherry Nutter. I live at 6600 Longview Road. I've lived there for over 20 years. I am a real estate professional broker for Land Brokers Incorporated. I run a home business in real estate. I know the area very well. I know land laws very well. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share today the other side of this story. And we do want to represent ourselves, but also the other residents that are here today who spoke and deferred their time, as well as residents that were unable to attend. And on that note, we do have a couple of handouts. You did, okay.
It's important for you people up here, the commissioners, to know that we are not anti-development. We're about ensuring responsible growth. And we've got a petition that we gave you earlier, and we also have another petition on file with the county commissioners with 70 names on it. Pennington County Comprehensive Plan from May 2020. The purpose of the Pennington County Comprehensive Plan is to guide government officials, residents, and developers in sound decision-making about current and future development of Pennington County. The Comprehensive Plan is an advisory document that provides a framework for land use decisions, public service expansions, economic development, resource management, and the general growth of the county. Central Pennington focus area. Future land uses from the comprehensive plan. Growth in this area will require joint planning with cities of Rapid City, Box Elder, and the county in order to provide growth that fits the needs of all the county residents, current and future. The area will need to focus on providing an appropriate mix of housing, with the cities providing higher density residential opportunities, while the unincorporated areas focus on more rural transitional housing and continued support for industrial, agricultural, and resource management.
The proposed Apple Valley subdivision is proposing 467 homes on 107 acres, and the lots will be 6,500 square feet or less. There are 71 lots that will be less than 6,500 square feet, which doesn't even fit urban as a category. This is a high-density urban development. In reference to the comprehensive plan and in the central Pennington focus area, where this development land is located and what Bob just cited to you, I would ask, where is the rural transitional housing in this unincorporated area that the comprehensive plan is calling for? There are no commercial support services in this area. It is primarily low density, rural residential, and agricultural properties. We oppose the high urban density of this proposed development as it is not consistent with the comprehensive plan that was just done a year and a half ago in 2020. It does not show consistency to the surrounding area. This density belongs in the city, as the comprehensive plan has indicated. This is a map of the current Pennington County zoning. The current zoning of this area, there are 3 40-acre parcels that make up the acreage. The zoning is agricultural in each of the 40-acre parcels. That is the current zoning. It allows for a minimum of 10-acre lot sizes. The comprehensive plan amendment and subsequent for item 26 rezone for this proposed development has applied to amend the comprehensive plan and rezone all the way down to urban residential, which would allow 16 dwelling units per acre and a minimum of 6,500 square foot lots, with again 71 of those lots not even meeting that minimum. This is the highest density zoning that we have. As Surveyor Dean Scott had referenced, it skips 5 levels of zoning classifications. So it goes from ag all the way down to urban, skipping ranchette, rural residential, low density, and suburban. I would like to point out that the suburban residential zoning that you see on this map that the planning and zoning team has referenced is all in areas of larger lots. And it was all zoned this way years ago when the county did not have the differential density levels that we have today. Those were recently added. So that area that you see in brown really should not be suburban residential. It was shared with us that it was a generic form of classification that our area was given, even though we are 1 acre lots and above, because there were no other categories at that time designated. Since then, we have ranchette, rural residential, low density, etc. So I would argue that those arguments do not apply. You will see this is the comprehensive plan, 2020 to 2040, again recently finalized in 2020 for our 20-year plan. It shows that the future use of the proposed development land is to be agriculture for the middle 40-acre parcel and low-density residential for the outer 2 40-acre parcels. Low density allows for a minimum of half-acre lots. You will see in our other slides to come that all the surrounding properties in this area are at least of that 1/2 acre lot size, and many are greater acreage sizes. I will also add that the Rapid City MPO I don't believe, should predicate the county comprehensive plan. This is an area of incorporated land. It has been communicated several times to us by the city with our correspondence that the county owns the zoning, and whatever the zoning is decided on by the county, the city will comply with the plating. The city does not have jurisdiction over the zoning. It is you all at the county who owns that decision. In fact, the city has public water along Anderson Road that they have denied this development. And we have heard and read them citing this as potential city sprawl.
As Jason Fennison stated earlier today in one of the rezoning areas, when rezoning, we look at the area in the surrounding half mile. So let's just look at it. The homes to the northwest are all in 1 to 5 acre lots. The homes directly to the north of this area are 1 to 5 acre lots and includes a parcel that's 260 acres in size. To the northeast is Mesa View. There are 40 homes established on 1/2 acre lots. To the east of the property is a 160 acre parcel. To the southeast is a 75 acre parcel. To the south and southwest, there is a 35 acre spot and another 35 acre spot, and then some homes that are established on 1 acre lots. To the west, all the lots are 1 to 15 acres up to 40 acre parcel. Murphy Ranch, which is being developed right now, is outside the half mile. What is being proposed today includes a wetlands in the northern 40 acres up there. Have you been, has a 404 permit been provided to the commissioners for you to review? Has there been an environmental assessment been provided to you for the review? What is the ultimate drainage plan for all this area? We worry about people down in the southeast corner and to the south of the subdivision. There's many people that live along there and all have private wells through there. We worry about the eventual drainage plan maybe upsetting the wells and making it unfit water for the people to drink.
The proposed development team has conducted a traffic study that was done for this development. And there are a number of areas of the traffic study that we have great concern with and question. The peak hours, the first bullet, are not defined in the study. We have been told that the hours are potentially hours that are not what we see locally to be the current peak hours of traffic in the existing area. The in and out numbers of the development, some of what maybe Whitney was asking about and potentially what Mr. Skull was referencing, we would like to see more information on the in and out numbers. During the peak AM and peak PM hours, we are seeing in the study less than one driver per household coming in or out of the development in the morning or in the evening, less than one driver. So that's less than 467 drivers of 467 homes coming in or out. And as Whitney had asked, do we not normally see two people going to work, maybe a teenager going to school, a multifamily situation? The study looked at 4 intersections: Anderson and Longview, Longview and Radar Hill Road, Anderson and Highway 44, and Longview and Reservoir. The study missed 4 intersections that we believe need to be looked at and addressed that are downstream from the intersections in this study and that have critical impact on the safety of the drivers in our community. Those 4 intersections are Radar Hill Road and Highway 1416, Radar Hill Road and Highway 44, Anderson Road and Highway 44, and Reservoir Road and Highway 44, and Longview Road and Highway 44. I might have got those mixed up at the end there. The developer team has referenced in other meetings, and Elevate Rapid City mentioned today that the base growth is an important driver for this development. Yet we only see a small percentage of the traffic from the development getting to Radar Hill Road. We would like to see more information on that, and we really question how that can be if we're building a development to support the base growth, how only 15% of these people are making it to Radar Hill Road to get to the base. This is a traffic and density impact map. What it shows is that there are only 3 roads that support this area: Longview, Anderson, and Radar Hill Road. 3 roads coming in and 3 roads going out. And as you can see, there are other developments with homes, and you can see again on our density argument that the ones that are closest to this area are half-acre lots: Mesa View, Valley Heights, and Valley View. There are others that as you get closer to Rapid and as you get closer to Box Elder, in addition to those, and off to the left, you will see the proposed Alpha Omega subdivision that has been suspended by the city of Box Elder due to the inability of Radar Hill Road to handle any incremental traffic from that subdivision or any other subdivision. This last slide shows you that Alpha Omega subdivision. And again, you can see where it kind of spills out to Radar Hill Road, and the fact that the city of Box Elder has suspended it makes us question why we would, as a county, look at supporting this development without exploring that traffic impact further. How can we say that the northern part of this road is not our concern because it's owned by City of Box Elder? How can we say that and really be responsible for what we as the county should be responsible for? Box Elder was not notified until Commissioner Lassiter notified them. If this development is support-based growth, don't we think we should work with Box Elder and their public officials? I want to encourage you to either continue this so we can uncover more about the ramifications and risks and safety concerns, and also look again at the density that is appropriate for this area. If you can't continue it, I would encourage you to deny it. Please consider responsible growth for our greater Black Hills community. Thank you all.
Questions for Mrs. Nutter or Mr. Anderson?
I'd be curious to know where we should put these houses. You pointed out that the area in question is problematic for you guys. Where would you put these 476
I'm not
homes?
saying it's problematic, just the density of the subdivision in total.
Well, okay, then let's go with 476 homes or whatever it is. Show me where we should put this.
There are other.
Have 1 acre lots if you want, or 2 acre lots if people can afford them. But I think the question is, we have a problem of housing. This is an answer. It's not perfect, surely, but it is an answer. And so my question is, where are we going to put this housing that will allow people to be within reasonable access to the base, since many of these people may be employed there and so forth. Tell me where and how we're going to address this,
There
because
are
otherwise we're forced to deal with what we're presented with, as you can see.
there are other developments, Mr. Coleman, that could be looked at. We've been asking for the total number of housing development that is currently in play, and we have not been able to get our arms around that number yet. Shepherd Hills is a large number of acres behind Menards, and we are being told that they have greater size lots in the city limits than the density for this in our unincorporated area. The Alpha Omega subdivision that's been suspended is in the city limits of Box Elder, and again, more appropriate for this kind of density. Again, we are not anti-development.
You reasonably believe that land can be purchased and developments could be made for much the same cost? Because once again, many of these people may not be able to afford a large lot. They're going to want smaller lots, because most of these, I would suspect, will be smaller homes. So I know there are probably open areas, but cost is a factor, and it's not just the developer who is going to profit from that, but the rest of us, in knowing that people who work in the community can afford a decent home within striking distance of their work. And that's kind of that's the problem. We're a very small part of the solution, but somehow collectively we have to come together to solve that. And making the lots bigger, trying to retain in reality the kind of rapid valley experience of 30 years ago isn't going to get us these houses in these locations so that people, and that's what I guess I find frustrating, is that, and we just look at one project at a time. We don't go out and plan, we're just kind of a sounding board.
Right.
But we need to have, you must admit, Mr. Skull and his company have come forward with a proposal that will address some of the critical economic issues in our community. And we've all experienced this. We know about them. We know that we've got growth. We have to address it. And much of it in Rapid City is not going to happen because it's too expensive. And so that's my frustration with this. And I understand that you can probably hear a cow bawl and a horse whinny from this location. And it seems like you're out in the country, but you're not very far from the urban center of the community, and it's only going to get denser. And
again, I guess I would just challenge us that we should look at what the comprehensive plan calls for that area, which is rural transitional housing, that area would be suited for transitional housing, and urban high-density housing should be in the city limits. And I know what you're saying about financials, but we also, I am a realtor who primarily focuses on acreage properties and horse properties, and I can't tell you how many phone calls I get every day for people who want just a tiny bit of space. There's a demand for that. And really, truly, even with Elevate Rapid City, we should be looking at attracting not just the workforce housing level, but we should be looking to attract that next level also of professionals for our community. And this would be a great area to do something really pretty cool. And again, we're not anti-development, we're just saying, let's look at everything first. Let's uncover those other areas for high density and where they really belong. What really belongs here? And then again, what are we risking? Have we really, really looked at the traffic impact? And do we feel comfortable? There were 59 accidents on Radar Hill Road in the last, how many years, Travis?
It was a 10-year, 2008 to 2018.
Just a month ago, there was a horse decapitated on Radar Hill Road, and someone who almost died. We see, if you take the intersection of 1416 and Radar Hill Road, have any of you ever taken that intersection in the morning or the evening? They finally added a four-way stop, but I'm telling you, it's not a good place to be. We got to weigh it all out. We can't just chase a number.
Well, I would agree that those are definite issues. They are, of course, the products of wealth. We don't have traffic unless we have jobs. We don't have jobs unless we've got an economic base. So if we have more traffic, we face a problem. What do? We make bigger roads. That's what we do. It takes time. They're not going to do it tomorrow, but as traffic builds, they're going to have to widen those roads. They're going to have to put in more roads. That's the price of wealth. And if we want wealth, it seems to me we've got to be willing to bite the bullet and provide solutions. And we want a solution so that the person who wants a horse property can have it, but the guy who works at McDonald's probably won't have one of those. You know, but he needs a place to live, and he needs a place that's decent. And that's what I'm trying to.
And I would just challenge us that we need a mix.
We do, yes.
We don't have a mix
Absolutely.
right now.
But
we don't.
remember, this is one project. There's a lot of other properties out there in that area. This is one project. It's a significant one. But anyway, I've gone on too long.
No,
but I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Further questions?
I have a comment. As far as the rural transitional housing, probably you live in it now. I mean, that's probably the transition. And, you know, about keeping lot prices low, part of that is having available utilities. If we push these developments out further, we're talking septic systems and we're on wells and we don't have access to those things. And that's part of the reason for putting this closer to town.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank
you very much. Those were the speaker request forms that I had for this. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak on this item?
I'm Jim Scull. I'm part of the development team, and I'm also a 70-year resident of Rapid City in the area. I'm very familiar. You know, if you would have told me that Box Elder would look like what Box Elder looks like today, I would have said, no way. If you'd have told me Rapid Valley looks like it looks, and if you want to think back, you can call it creep if you want, but I tell people that come here, I said, you wouldn't have believed this 20 years ago. It's all happened. And it's full speed ahead now, unfortunately. It's the way it's going to be. And I do this for a living. I develop land. I know what the sewer water has to be available. Why is it growing out like it is? Because of sewer water. Next spot, sewer water. So that's the way the system works. Now, our community, housing is a pyramid. Up here is the people that have the nice homes. Down here, our community isn't like this. Our community is like this. We have a huge base of working families. Huge. Right now, I can't hire construction workers from out of town. You know why? They come here and they say, yep, going to work. Call me a week later and say, nope, can't do it. Cannot find a place for my family to live. And that's across the spectrum. If you guys are out at all, I was at Noam's little briefing last week. Hospitals, service industries, you name it, we're all in the same boat. There's no housing. So somehow we have to tackle this. And we have to tackle the infrastructure to get to it. Absolutely. I mean, the city has to. If anything, you're behind the curve. The city is, the county is. The traffic study, I just have to say, guys, this is done by a third party from out of state. He comes in here, reviews all the conditions that he normally would. Then it's vetted fully and talked through with the city engineer. They got a traffic engineer. Mm-hmm. Then it's talked to the county. Joe was involved. And the DOT was deeply involved in this, giving recommendations, comments, asking for more information, and pulling it all together. It was not haphazardly done, any way, shape, or form. You just can't go out 5 miles. 5 miles is back to, I think, almost to Campbell Street. I mean, how far do you want these guys to go? There is a county responsibility, a city responsibility. They know this growth is coming. It's not going to slow down. Now we got developers from out of the state coming here because they see the opportunity. It's an interesting situation. I'd have never thought I'd saw it in my lifetime. I really don't. And 3,000 homes, we're not gaining. That's 3 years ago. And they keep doing studies. It's still 3,000 homes or 3,500 homes. I think even commented today. We're losing ground. And who's losing? The little people, the working man, the people we depend on to keep this community running. And the service industries that support the tourism. That's who needs homes. They don't have a home. And it's absolutely connected to the size of the lot. I did development in Hill City at their request. They came to me and said, can you do this? 39 lots on 6 acres. 28 lots out of the 39 are sold. The only reason the 10 aren't because we can't build them fast enough. I haven't heard one person comment that we have 4-foot setbacks on the side, 5 foot in 8 tiny home lots, 5-foot setback on the back and 15 on the front. Not one comment. People are looking for a place to live they can afford. That's all they care about. And it's not just young people and teachers and firemen, it's older people. That's who I see. I don't think there's a kid in development. It's older people trying to survive going forward. Us baby boomers are coming online, and we can't afford a 4,000 or 5,000 square foot house or a 3,000 square foot house. We have to figure out a way to live. And that's who's going to live here. People can afford these homes. And that's what we put our time and our money and our effort and our energy into it. And we had to extend the utilities to do it. But that's what we did. It's almost like a community service. The lots in Annie's lots in Shepherd Hills, 55,000 minimum and going up. It's a different level of house than we're interested in building here. This is for the working man. This is the low bottom of the pyramid. So I hope you consider that. This is a really good deal for people in our community. It really is. Thank you.
You have something else to add, Mr. Scott?
If I may, I just want to reiterate that it's the density. It's the density, and we want to encourage, this is valuable to many of us. It's the density that we're concerned with,
Hold on just a
future
second here.
land values,
Hold on.
these types of things.
I hear some conversation going on somewhere in the back of the room. I just would ask that be taken to the hallway if need be. Please continue.
I'm just saying that there are other zonings available. There is low density and suburban. The only advantage to urban is to squeeze a little more out of the property. And if under suburban rules you can build the types of subdivisions we normally see, I don't see why we need to squeeze the turnip a little bit more by injecting an urban situation in Rapid Valley.
What I heard from the developer earlier, Mr. Scott, was that they would be amenable to going to 6,500 square feet, which is the suburban. Do you want to come up and speak again?
Thank you very much. Florence Thompson, South Dakota Citizens for Liberty. I'd like to know who's living in all of these apartment buildings that are going up all over Rapid City. Just like mushrooms, they're all over the place. Somebody's living in those. I assume they're individuals or small families. Not every family, not every renter has to have a lot. So we're talking about land use here and what is reasonable land use and a consistent plan. And there's really no justification for putting this kind of density out where it is, where they're planning. So they could put in a development that had lower density, that had a lower density that would accommodate a lot of people, but it would not be apartment level. These lots, some of them are, I'm told, smaller than trailer court lots. Rapid City has kind of done away with trailer courts. I think they've been discouraging them. Trailers make very good temporary housing for families, and they're more easily replaced than cheap stick-built houses that turn into slums. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on any of the items?
I'll just speak from here.
Please come forward. I'd rather you not speak from there.
We actually have to have you on recording so everybody else can hear you.
Oh, so I'm held to it. What comes up to my mind, do we have anybody here speaking from the financial end of things? What's the finance look like for a person going in to buy one of these homes? What do they have to have down? Right now, I'm going to give you a brief history. Hawthorne Ditch discontinued, drought, all the wells in the valley gone dry. My well went dry. I just brought city water into 4 of my units plus my own home. Very expensive venture. I can't get water to the other home until I can afford to do so. So those people are trying to move. 2 kids, minimally employed. One is employed, I think, by the jail. The other gal, I think, works for a gas station. And to get into an apartment in Rapid City right now, they have to have $2,500. First month rent, last month rent, plus if they have a pet. It just popped in my mind. How are these homes going to be so affordable to somebody who comes in with a wage of entry level military? And maybe that's not the people who are coming in. I don't know. I think somebody from the Department of Defense would be beneficial in helping make this decision too. Somebody that could speak to their wages and what they can afford.
Thank you. Any further comments? Please come up, sir.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Mike Tui Design Group. As we've been sitting here, I've been trying to keep very quiet. And I realize I'm just getting over a cold, so I don't sound very good. A couple things I want to point out as we were talking. The 4.9 trips per household identified in the traffic study as a national average. That takes into the account, and I called our traffic engineer just to make sure I understood this. 10 years ago, I had a 14 to 16-year-old at home. Baseball practice, soccer practice, school plays. We were in and out a lot. Today, it's just my wife and I. I drive to work, she drives to work. We come home, we go to the grocery store. The national average is where that comes from. The trips generated are a forecast model. Nobody knows exactly where that traffic's going to go. You cannot, you got to go this way and you got to go, that's not going to happen. It's a forecast model. This is also very similar to your comprehensive plan. Your comprehensive plan is a vision, all right? That vision changes all the time, whether it goes this path or it goes that path. We continue to build a plan like that and let it evolve. That's the purpose. When I moved to South Dakota, I was a Chicago boy, and I was about 11 and about that tall. And we got a house in Sturgis, South Dakota. And my first trip was to go get a washing machine with my dad. There wasn't a car, there wasn't a house between Sturgis and Rapid City. All right? To see that corridor grow over, I don't want to date myself, but that many years, urban sprawl is going to happen. We face it. The planning director for the city of Rapid City, I live in Red Rocks. The planning director for the city of Rapid City calls me up one day. She says, Mike, I'm sorry, I can't prevent it. I can't do anything to help you. In my backyard is now a 149 unit apartment complex. There was no warning for all the people in Red Rocks. We have done everything we can to help and been very open. I have offered to give any information. One more thing, the drainage study. I know that's a big deal. The drainage study is currently, the North 40 is being revamped to stay out of the drainage. We have it currently under review by the Corps of Engineers. Once I have that data and the developer and the owner are willing to share it, I will give it to anybody that wants it. We had a complete study done off the cuff because we wanted to make it right for everyone. I don't remember, there were 2 or 3 other things. If I remember, I'll to come back up. I think we're going the right direction. I think the ownership group and the development team have been very open and tried to do the right things. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional comments? Okay, we'll bring you right up after Mr. Anderson.
In response to Mr. Tui's comments just now, I've spoke to Jeff Breckenridge at the Corps of Engineers, and they do not have a current submission for the north 40 acres.
Thank you.
I received an email comment from them this morning, confirming it. Jeff has it.
I think it would be beneficial, Mr. Skull, if you would please come forward.
Once again, Andrew Sculpin, Cameron LLC. I appreciate your patience today, long meeting. I'll keep it brief, but I can answer to the financials. The infrastructure around this development was approved with the TIF supported by affordable housing. You all are aware of that, which keeps the price under $300,000. Target market is $225 to $275. The payment for interest, principal, taxes, and insurance for an airman, which they would qualify for zero down, would be $1,285 a month. E1, so our basic private with dependents, receives $1,224 a month in stipend from the government. This makes this very affordable in comparison to our rental market that you'll see, which, you know, 2-bedroom, $1,400, $1,600, $1,800 a month. This also would qualify for rural development financing, which typically allows for about 10% down and also very low payments. So any other questions, I'll yield the floor.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I have a question.
Andy,
Yes,
so that
sir.
$1,200 a month, and I was an airman when I was here. How much does that get? What does that finance out to?
I don't understand the question.
So $1,200 a month if they're going to finance a home.
Yep.
For an E1. That's what I heard you say. Maybe you meant something else. I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Typically, when they come here, they're not going to be an E1. They'll be an E2. But regardless of that, a $1,200 BH allotment to them so they can finance out a home. They can afford a $220,000 home.
Correct, with zero down.
With zero down. That's correct. Someone who's an E5, E6 can afford up to a $240,000 home.
Yeah, the numbers I'm looking at, E1 to E4 with dependents is the same, $1,224 a month. And E6 is $1,563 a month.
So some of those numbers have changed since I was there, but.
Yeah, this is the 2021 enlisted rates.
Okay.
So at E5, it jumps up to 1,377. E6, it jumps up to 1,563, and it goes all the way up to 1,662 for an E9, which I'm guessing is a chief.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Hill City, where I'm from, yeah, excuse me, I got over a cold too, just like he did. The houses in Bull Run, how do they compare in the lots, size-wise? I mean, are we looking at something that's very similar?
No, they're much smaller at Bull Run.
Okay, that's
I'll
what
let
5,000 max. 50 by 100.
Okay.
Yeah, so Bull Run, the lots are approximately 50 by 100. There are some bigger, but it's unbuildable land. There's also some smaller lots as well. I lost my train of thought.
All right, well, that's why I was curious.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay.
Oh, I know what that was real quick. I'm sorry, earlier it was referred to the Raider Point development in Hill City. Those lots are typically 60-foot front widths, which is the same as these. There are 50-foot wide lots, but those are townhome lots. So it's 50 foot per side, but all of the single-family dwellings are 60 feet wide by anywhere from 112 to 148 deep, which is very similar to what this development would be as well.
Okay.
Yep, and this is Johnson Ranch, which these might even be a little bit smaller than what we're proposing.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Come on up, Dean.
Dean Scott. I just wanted to say that the plan that was submitted with the documents has 50-foot wide lots in it.
Thank you. Go ahead.
There are 71 lots in the plan that show to be less than 6,500 square feet. I mean, I've been told that that's because of the wetlands, but if we're really going to protect the wetlands and accommodate the wetlands, I don't know why we have to cram in that many more at a higher density than what urban development even allows for. My question is, why would we not, as a developer team, why would we not want to consult with Bucks Elder? We just had a testimony looking at what an E1 and an E2 makes, yet we have not consulted with Bucks Elder. Why would we want to move forward? Why would we not want to continue this if we have a commissioner who has met with city officials, and in our own comp plan, it says that joint planning should be done, that Bucks Elder should be a part of this? Why would we want to omit that just to move something forward? Safety should be as much of a concern, the current area should be as much of a concern as chasing a housing shortage number.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else? Not seeing any. First off, I'd like to thank everybody for their comments today, and the time, and being here to sit and take your turn, and doing so in an orderly process. All of this is appreciated by me. I'm struck with a few thoughts, though, I guess, personally, is that I heard some questions about where is the transitional areas, and I would agree with you that the transitional area is probably there now. And if there was this master plan where lots, let's just say property parcels, would come up for sale in a sequenced manner, such that everything in the sequence of the comp plans could be done in a specific sequence, then I would envision that the transitional spaces would be different. But I'm looking at some of the items here in the packet, and it occurs to me that there's really spots between Rapid City, where Rapid City ends, and let's say the Rapid City Airport, where there has been opportunities, let's say, or parcels of property that have come up for sale where the development has been able to take place. If the land's not for sale, you can't just go do this. And so I'm also frustrated with where does it make sense to do this from the planning commission standpoint? Where should this happen? Well, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, if you're going, as it is now, from agricultural to urban, you are certainly increasing the density. I don't think anybody is arguing with that. What does it take to do that? It takes water, it takes sewer, and it takes the road network to do it. Similar to, so these roads, the adjacent roads are minor arterial roads. You go from rural roads to secondary roads to minor arterial roads to arterial roads, and you have these scenarios where what's being proposed is a dense residential network or residential neighborhood, and it is adjacent to two minor arterial roads, one on the north and one on the west. And those minor arterial roads then feed down to Highway 44, which would be an arterial road, one step further. And so if you can kind of think about all of these systems, and I used to work in the design world, and I used to design some of these things out and do planning, it's important to have the higher density areas adjacent to the infrastructure that can manage them, for lack of a better word, can convey them. And so I can't say that I would be in favor of a bunch of multi-family apartment complexes, but as the plan is now, is a residential neighborhood with single-family homes, and it's adjacent to the infrastructure that's there to accommodate it, or it's being built out to accommodate it. So that, and I guess those are just my comments at this point, but I don't know what would be gained by continuing this on. It sounds like there are some issues maybe at an intersection in Box Elder. I read through the traffic report and or the traffic study. The intersection of Longview Road and Radar Hill Road. Make sure I get this right. I think was a level of service B at full build out. Is that right? Highway 44 Anderson, Longview Road. Back when I used to review such things for the DOT and other things, I remember seeing D's and F's and C's, and that everyone was happy with those. So, and certainly not F's, but I'm looking at if it's a level of service B at full build out at the end of the road, and the county has indicated that they intend to widen that to that once the drainage gets figured out. And I understand why the project's stopping at the point between the differential boundaries between the different service organizations, Rapid Valley Sanitary District, on to the next one. It just occurs to me that the infrastructure is there for this development to occur. And to think that these things won't happen moving forward, the 45 years old, I've been here in the Rapid City and Spearfish area for 45 years. Things have changed dramatically for me too. But I just see that I'm looking at this at this neighborhood and I'm thinking this is a very big deal. But there's a whole lot more coming, in my opinion. Anyway, I will be in favor of moving this forward to the board, but I will stop talking in case you guys have some comments on the matter.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I'll point out, and I think Andy said it, maybe I'm wrong, but I was pretty sure that I remember hearing Andy say something about, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, if I misrepresent that, that these should be done in parallel, the Box Elder traffic issue and the community develop. Did I remember hearing you say that correctly? And maybe I've got somebody else in mind that said it, but I thought you were the one that said it. I just want to make sure.
Yes, sir, I did say that, and what I mean by that is, as this development's built out over the next 7 years, so will 1416 be improved. So I'm saying, as our development is being built out, 1416 will be in the process of being developed. That's what I mean by parallel.
Assuming we can get the funds.
Not talking about the front end process, but that's on the city of Box Elder and the joint operating agreement, which I know you're working closely on with others to get accomplished.
Absolutely, I am. So I agree that it has to work in parallel. So with that stated, that's why I'm working to get that agreement before I can even support this. Because if we don't have the way to move forward to be able to address the traffic safety issues on the lower half of Radar Hill Road, not all the way on the north portion of it, that's where I would feel more comfortable. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Other comments?
Let me just make one more comment. Reference to the fact that this is something that, if we were to approve this, will not suddenly materialize overnight. We will have several years of development, which will be in and of itself somewhat painful, but in the meantime, I think we will be stunned when it's completed at all the other development that is taking place in tandem with it. I mean, we're going to see, not just in this particular circumstance, much development, which will probably distract us. And we will look back on this and you will scratch your head and said, remember the thing out there on, it's the reality of our circumstance, and it's a good one in some ways because it, like I say, it promises some prosperity that we haven't always had. So I'm certainly in favor of supporting a imperfect, as they all are, project of this nature.
Questions? Comments? Staff's recommendation is for approval of conditional plan amendment CA 21-16. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion. Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
Nope.
4-1, motion carries. Item 26.
Item 20, oh, is this working? Your time's up.
I guess so.
Is your mic not working?
No, now it is. Is it working now? Okay. So,
Item 26,
no,
How about the other mic?
item 26 is rezone RZ 2134 to rezone 107.11 acres from agriculture district to urban residential district. The applicant is Valley Development LLC. The agent is TUI Design Group. The current location is south of intersection of Longview Road and Anderson Road, consists of 107.11 acres, and is vacant of any structures. And again, if you want to go through the criteria for this, I will go back through the reasons. Staff feels it's an appropriate zoning with the improvements of Longview and Anderson Roads to minor arterial streets, the extension of public water and sewer facilities by annexation and expansion of Rapid Valley Sanitary District, and material changes in the character of the county due to unexpected growth, increased housing and material costs, and overall number of housing units available to accommodate the population growth. And the applicant has requested the update to view the 2040 comprehensive plan from low-density residential district to urban residential. If the comprehensive plan amendment is approved, this request would be in harmony with the comprehensive plan. So staff is recommending approval of rezone RZ 2134.
Thank you. Questions for staff? No questions? So, I'll take a little bit of latitude here, but most of the speaker request forms that we just went through on item 25 also listed 25 or 26 and 27. I can go through those one at a time, or maybe if I just get a quick show of hands, I can maybe make this more efficient.
Mr. Chair,
On who would like to speak?
I was just going to say I would apply all my comments to this particular one, which would be kind of expected.
Okay. Anybody else that wish to speak to item 26? Mr. Scott.
Oh, wait a minute. We're on 26, correct?
26.
Okay.
With all deference to Jim and Andy, I wonder why we couldn't zone it to a suburban type of zoning rather than going all the way to urban. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Further questions? Sir, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Dan Mullally. I live at 6390 Longview Road, which will be affected by this. And I think I oppose the rezoning to urban residential. I don't think multi-dwelling apartment style units are appropriate for this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Sir, please come forward.
I'm Ernie Getty on Carlin Street. I would echo the last two gentlemen's opinion too, that I would oppose jumping that many steps in the density of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments, questions?
I'd just rather see this go from urban to suburban.
Okay. Come on up.
If the developer team is saying that it's a housing shortage and it's single-family dwelling that they plan to do, why do we need it to be urban? I would like that answered.
Thank you for the comment. Is that something that you guys would like to come up and address?
Once again, Andrew Skull, 2665 Tavern Road. Let me see if there's a slide in here. I guess we'll look at this one right here. I think the main reason for urban versus suburban, as you look on this chart, they're very, very similar. There's really two differences. Number one, 6,500 square foot versus 6,000 square feet, front yard setback 20 versus 25. I think the primary purpose here is the fact that we do have 71 lots under 6,500 square feet in our preliminary layout and plan. That was the reasoning behind that. There is another chart, which I don't believe is on this particular slide deck that I saw in the report, but it also shows the difference in the types of use. In a suburban residential, what you can have solar. I'll let Brittany bring that up. You know what specific chart I'm talking about?
Yeah. No, I didn't have it.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so this particular chart shows the difference in the types of usage. Without belaboring you too much, pretty much the uses are comparable with the exception of a few items. In a suburban residential, you're allowed to have a telecommunication facility, cell phone tower. You're not allowed in the urban. You're also allowed to have wind, let me find it here, distributed wind energy systems in suburban residential, but you're not allowed in the urban residential. The two things that you can have in urban that you can't have in suburban are townhomes, basically zero lot lines where two townhomes come together, and then you're allowed to have apartments as well. That is not our intent, but specifically the reason was the small percentage of lots that are under 6,500 square feet. That is something that we're willing to address in our developers agreement with the TIF if that's the appropriate way to do that.
And that is the appropriate way to do that. Is that correct?
Rezones cannot be conditioned on that, so that would have to be something that we would work through with the state's attorney's office and the developers agreement for the TIF.
Thank you.
Ultimately, that it would reduce from 468 lots to about somewhere at 458 to 461. So we're talking about a reduction of 7 to 10 lots in that situation.
Thank you. Further questions?
Maybe Andy can come back up here and help us understand then how the 71 lots will be less than even the square footage that the urban residential calls for. Is it a variance that's being asked for, or how are those 71 lots getting pushed through? And if we went back to suburban, why couldn't we just do single-family dwelling with a little bit bigger lots? It might not be 467 homes, but I bet it would be 450, and we've heard that it only will take 250 homes to pay off the TIF. So the concern that I really have is that when you approve this to be urban, it will open the floodgate for all the other acres out there to be urban. So you might stop it in this one for multifamily and apartment buildings, but you won't stop it in the others. So let's do the right thing and look at suburban residential at a minimum and relook at our project plan. The landowner purchased the land knowing what the zoning was, knowing what the current future use of the land was. They knew that when they bought the land. They knew that when they put the development plan together. They knew there was wetlands on there. That is part of the responsibility, just like they're saying this is the responsibility of Box Elder, that is the responsibility of the landowner and the developer to understand that the land that was purchased was zoned a certain way, future use of the land was zoned a certain way, and there are wetlands on it. So let's see suburban, not urban.
Thank you. Further questions? Staff's recommendation is for approval of rezone RZ 21-34. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Help me out, Brittany. Does that go to the board then without a recommendation?
I didn't hear it either.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a motion for approval, and there was not a second.
Yeah. So there wasn't a second.
So there has to be a substitute motion?
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind. This has happened on occasion, and the way I remember it, and Brittany can tell me if I'm wrong, typically what we've done is either A, you approve it, 2, you deny it, or 3, there has been 2 or 3 that we kicked up before without a recommendation. I do remember that. So there are 3 options that I know that have come up to the Board of Commissioners.
Which means it goes to the Board of Commissioners without a recommendation from the Planning Commission. Is that correct?
Correct.
I would make a motion.
To
What's the motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That we approve this at suburban residential, 6,500 square feet per lot.
A substitute motion.
Yes.
Is there a second? Motion and second to approve as suburban residential. Further discussion? I guess my only comment on a discussion standpoint is that that reduces the number of lots. So we get further away from solving the problems that are before us. So it's going to change the focus of that subdivision a little bit.
According to the builder, it would only change it by about 7 lots, and I think as a compromise to some of the folks out in the audience, that might make it a little more palatable.
Noted. Further discussion?
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
It would provide a soft landing in some ways. On the other hand, I think you have to keep in mind that the developer went to the trouble and expense of developing this, and certain assumptions were made. And I also, quite frankly myself, I believe that there is room and need for urban development in Rapid Valley. And when I mean that, I mean multiple family dwellings at some point. And we have them now, and we approved some not too long ago. And the reality is this is going to have to happen. And that's an area in which land is available and opportunity and infrastructure. So I think this is a step backward in a sense, but I understand that this is an extension of a political organization, and sometimes you have to do those things. But I will be voting in favor of approving the original proposal and voting against the suburban option. That's my choice.
Further discussion? Noting none, motion is for approval of the rezone RZ 21-34 to suburban residential. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
All right, fine.
One no.
I voted no.
You voted no.
He was a no.
Okay. So motion fails.
Who was the other one who voted
Who was the other no?
No, there was one no.
Just one?
You.
Travis was no, wasn't he?
Who was a no? Because I was a no and Jim was a no. Was there anybody else?
Roll call.
Yeah, that's fine.
What?
The motion is for approval of the zoning as suburban residential district.
Jim,
And I voted no.
Karen,
I voted yes.
Rich,
I was a no.
I was no too.
no, and Travis.
I was a no.
So motion fails. Now I'm going to need some help on where that leaves us.
Can do another substitute motion.
We have an unrecommended.
This then moves forward to the board without recommendation.
Wouldn't be my preference. What was the first motion to approve with staff recommendations?
Without a second.
And there was
Without
no
a second.
Is everybody still in agreement that that's what they want?
As the chair of this board, I typically try to shy away from making motions and seconding motions just to continue the board, the process of this moving forward. So I generally stay away from those. I am in favor of this moving forward. And so that's where I would have been. I would second it if I was sitting in one of these other positions. I think it needs to move forward. That's my opinion. But I didn't second it as it's not normally how I conduct business.
Okay. Well, I would say if you guys don't have a first and a second, then somebody make a motion to move forward without a recommendation, and then whether there's a second or not, and then vote on that. And then we can actually put that formally to the board that you couldn't come to a vote.
I'd make that motion.
Is there a second?
That's to send it forward without a recommendation?
Correct.
Second.
Further discussion? Noting none. Somewhat disappointing that we can't come to a conclusion on this. But all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It's moving forward to the board without a recommendation from this board. Item 27.
Item 27 is rezone RZ 2135 to rezone 8.55 or 8.522 acres from agriculture district to ranchette district. The applicant is Valley Development LLC. The agent is TUI Design Group. The property is located approximately 0.27 miles north of the intersection of East Highway 44 and Anderson Road. The property currently consists of an agricultural dwelling and piece of property. This was routed through the interdepartmental review process. There was one item of concern that came up. The county highway requests an approach permit for the existing approach. Again, this property is in the future land use designation of low density neighborhood with the Rapid City Long Range Planning and the Rapid City Community Development. The Rapid City Regional Airport did not have any concerns that the land uses meet the approved land use overlays for the airport, so they had no issues. The request for this particular parcel to be rezoned to ranchette was so the applicant could maintain the existing land uses on the current property. So staff is recommending approval of rezone 2135.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Noting none. A significant portion of the speaker request forms also indicated that they wanted to speak on item 27, yet most of them were in support of the rezone on 27 as opposed to opposed. So again, I will maybe just by show of hands try to do this as efficiently as possible. Sir, go ahead and come on up.
I support this decision to rezone this because this is actually an area that's getting rezoned that fits the current footprint of what all the area is all about.
Thank you. Further questions and comments? Sir, please come forward. Go ahead and state your name again, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Dan Mullally, 6390 Longview Road. I also support this rezoning. I think it's a good thing to keep this area with, similar to the way it's been. And may I ask a question on that last motion?
Go ahead.
Was that a motion or a substitute motion?
On item 26?
Yeah, yes. There was a motion, then a substitute motion, then I thought I heard another motion.
There was a substitute motion. The substitute motion failed. There was then a follow-up motion.
Okay, so that was a motion, not a okay, it's not clear to me that you can do that, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Jim Hayward, 7860 Longview. I would also support this rezoning since it stays commensurate with the existing density. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions?
Sherry Nutter, Longview Road, I would also support this rezone. Ranchette is really a great zoning that we need in this area, and it fits this area. Thank you.
Sir, please come forth.
Ernie Getty, Carlin Drive, and I also support the rezoning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, staff's recommendation is for approval of rezone RZ 21-35. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? None. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 28.
So item 28 is ordinance amendment 0821-22 for Pennington County to add section 330 efficiency dwellings, to add section 330 to the Pennington County zoning ordinance. The purpose of this request is to allow efficiency dwelling units as conditional uses. Basically, efficiency dwellings are tiny homes. So this is a way to allow tiny homes as a conditional use in all of the zoning districts with the exception of urban residential and agriculture where they would be used by rights. They would be allowed without a conditional use. They would just be a use by right. Most of the criteria are already set forth in the International Residential Code, so they already address the requirements as far as space and square footage. So under this section, we would just adopt what's already been kind of generally approved as a criteria in other areas and other jurisdictions. So I would entertain any questions if you had specific questions on them.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Jim.
So is there any regulation about how small you can make a home in the county?
Not right. Yes, there is. For a stick built, you do have to have a 20 by 20 footprint for a stick built.
Okay.
If you have a mobile home or modular home, you have to have.
That's what this is, right?
Pardon?
That's what this is, isn't it? Or this is
400 square feet minimum.
It's got to be. It's no more than 400 square feet.
Correct.
Okay, so that.
So this would be a stick built. This would be a conditional use, because right now with that criteria, you would have to get variances to it. So instead of getting variances, which, you know, when we go back to the variances, there's no hardship. So this would allow tiny homes in the county with the
So we
conditional
allow
use.
homes down to 400 feet now.
400 square feet with a 20 by 20 footprint, correct?
Yeah. And this will allow us to have even smaller homes.
Efficiency dwellings, yes.
And the lot is irrelevant.
So the lot size would still be dependent on the zoning district.
Right. So, you know, I read through this a couple of days ago. I was kind of bleary-eyed about it, but as I was reading on it, I thought I had this image of all these tiny little houses on like third of an acre or quarter of an acre or half-acre lots, and people move in, they build a tiny house, and then they realize they don't have enough room, so they go out and they get a shed. They put a shed in the yard, and they put another shed, and pretty soon they've got 8 or 10 sheds out there. And we have this, I mean, that's the image I had, and I thought, geez, is this? And I know that I've actually seen pictures of some of these, and the Patnos tiny home that they brought in the other picture of, it certainly wasn't that, but I just, it just sounds kind of bizarre to me. So I was just trying to visualize, because I also wasn't certain if there was any limit. But we do subscribe to the International Code of
The International Residential Code.
Yeah, which does address a lot of the issues on other things, on larger homes, okay. Well, I guess if there are people who want, and if we want little houses with, now can you put more than one house on a lot?
Just one.
Okay, but you could put one house in a dozen sheds as long as you met the setbacks.
You can.
Okay, well, good luck, because
There's no limits on accessory structures, no.
I may abstain on this one.
Go ahead.
Past Sheridan Lake, 385, the old, what was that, Horse Creek Inn or something? There's tiny houses over the back of that thing.
Right, and those are actually in an RV park on RV sites. So they're a recreational resort. So they have converted some of their RV sites to these park model permanent type structures. They remove some cabins and then put these in.
Oh, okay.
Currently, the county doesn't have an ordinance that helps staff review and accommodate such things.
Correct.
This is a step forward in saying these things are a constant influx to the staff. At a minimum, it's got to be this.
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Thank you. I have no further comments or questions. Anything further for staff? Does anybody wish to speak on this item? With that, staff recommends approval of ordinance amendment OA 21-22 for section 330. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. For the discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 29.
Item 29 is ordinance amendment OA 2123 for Pennington County to amend section 205A Agriculture District of the Pennington County zoning ordinance. It's to amend this section to add efficiency dwellings as an allowed use in an agricultural zoning district.
Questions? Anybody in the audience wish to speak on this? Noting none, staff recommends approval of ordinance amendment OA 21-23. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on item 30.
Item 30 is ordinance amendment OA 21-24 for Pennington County to amend section 210A Urban Residential District of the Pennington County zoning ordinance. It's to amend this section to add efficiency dwellings as an allowed use in an urban residential zoning district. And staff recommends approval of OA 2124.
No questions for staff? No one in the audience wish to speak on this? Noting none, staff recommends approval of ordinance amendment OA 21-24. Is there a motion?
So move. Second.
Motion and second
Give it to them.
for approval. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 31.
Item 31 is ordinance amendment OA 21-25 for Pennington County to amend the subdivision regulations of the Pennington County subdivision regulations ordinance. This has been a long process. We did have a small committee that met a couple of times to discuss our subdivision regulations. The main reason for this major overhaul, because if you look at it, it doesn't look like anything that was before in our subdivision regulations. We were experiencing quite a few subdivision regulation variances in front of the Board of Adjustment. When you start to see that many variances, that means, something in your subdivision regulations probably isn't working anymore for the type of development and things that we're seeing. So we did update this, and one other thing to note, the bigger things too, is that the planning process was taking quite a long time. So by the time people were going through the planning process and the rezone process, they're looking at 6 to 8 months before being able to do anything. So what we did is we, under section 301, this was one of the major updates to this. The layout plans, instead of them going in front of the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners, those will actually be administratively reviewed and the conditions given to the applicant. So they will be able to address those before they come to the preliminary plan, which will be heard by the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners. So that'll really be the major hearing for that plating process, and then the final plat will come to our office again and then signed off by myself or Jason is my designee. The other major change was that the minor plats and the lot line adjustment plats will still go through the layout plan as far as administrative, but they will only go in front of the Planning Commission. That meaning that if they're just moving an internal lot line, it isn't something where they're, changing major changes in density and things like that. So it'll just be something that would be heard by the Planning Commission instead of having to go through 2 hearings. So it's, with the comments that we have gotten from a lot of the applicants, surveyors, consultants, this plating process was taking a long time. By the time they had 2 meetings in front of Planning Commission for the layout plan, 2 meetings in front of the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners for the preliminary plan, it was really extending this process. We weren't seeing a lot of changes in, the layout plan when staff reviews them. Some of the conditions were very basic, they were standard. So where the preliminary plan comes into place, that's when you look at, meeting the zoning and the road improvements and subdivision requirements. So that was the main purpose for changing those sections. So I would entertain any questions if anyone has any on that process.
My questions are in regards to the paving of the surfaces or gravel. How did you determine what should be paved, what should be gravel with the different zoning districts?
We kept a lot of the information that we have already been doing with our original subdivision regulations, and then what we see in the county with the development, and what people are willing and, the sizes of the developments that we see, in suburban residential and urban residential. Obviously, with a lot of discussion that we had today, you're not typically going to see those zoning districts on unpaved roads, nor should you. Most of those gravel roads you see on the ranchette and the rural residential areas. And it would be depending upon, the traffic and things like that. That's part of the review by the highway superintendent, where he can make those recommendations that would be different based on information.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Noting none, does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this? Noting none, staff recommends approval of ordinance amendment OA 21-25. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. County Board report.
Get some new booklets now.
So the county board report, the Board of Commissioners concurred with the Planning Commission's recommendations from their December 13th, 2021 meeting.
Thank you. Anything else? Items from the public? Does anyone else have anything independently to discuss? Noting none. Items from staff.
I just have the building permit report. Our December this year was pretty slow in comparison to last year, but overall for 2021, we were up considerably on the number of single-family homes that were constructed in the county. Last year, we had about 76. This year, we had 168, so we were up considerably from the number. And our overall building permits for this year were at 662 in contrast to 455 from 2020. And our overall valuation of property has gone up. So 2021 was
Okay.
a fair year for our office.
Items from the membership. We have two things. One, I was sad to hear Sandy is going to leave us.
Yes.
The second thing is
Who's leaving us?
Sandy.
Oh, okay.
resigning her position here on the commission. We need a motion for the special meeting on February 9th.
Yes.
And so it will be, a special meeting will be Wednesday, February 9th. I think I contacted everyone independently, and I got mostly confirmations that people will be here, but I didn't contact a commissioner. I am open to timing of that meeting. We could have it in the afternoon. That generally works better for people that want to attend and provide comment.
How long do you think it'll last?
Hours.
Well, that's why I wondered how early you want to have it.
I think that the first meeting will, the intent of the first meeting in my mind will be to provide the opportunity to provide public comment on it. So 2 hours, 4 hours?
It would depend. I know that the hard rock mining has been, in the works for a while, so I anticipate there will be quite a bit of public comment at that meeting. And I would recommend that it be, 4 or 5 in the evening. I know that has been kind of an item of contention about meeting times, about people being able to meet it, to speak on it, so.
What is this about now?
Hard rock.
Hard rock mining.
Mining.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
5 o'clock on the 9th?
I can do that.
I got you.
We all good with this?
Huh?
We good with this?
I'm not going to speak for the commissioner that's on in February because that's not me.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand that.
So what time?
5 o'clock is,
You set on, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
all right. So I would entertain a motion for a special meeting on February 9th for hard rock mining at 5 o'clock. Is there anything else that we need to do to set that up? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second for a special meeting to be called on February 9th, 5 o'clock. Further discussion. Noting none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Question for Brittany. I wasn't here when you did discussions on hard rock mining in the past. Is there information I should have to prepare for this? or-
We will send out a packet, so they have been working on an ordinance amendment for it, so there'll be a packet that will go out.
Get your reading glasses on.
Long?
No.
Yeah, get your reading glasses on.
They're on.
I don't think it's 600 pages. I think it's less than that. Last item on the agenda is adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Quick on the draw over there. Motion and second for adjournment. Further discussion? None? Well, I appreciate everybody's attendance today. Have a great day. Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. We're adjourned.